Chapter 2884, Ruthless Shurfong. Chapter 2884, Ruthless Shurfong. Phonglin City, Zero Wing's headquarters. Shurfong stood in front of Zero Wing's headquarters. The place had undergone significant changes since his last visit. Currently, people crowded the plaza in front of the building, many of them young men and women. These people were either waiting to enter the building or taking various tests out in the plaza. This prosperous sight was even more spectacular than what could be found at the various super guilds' headquarters. As Shurfong made his way to the entrance, he overheard these young men and women discussing Zero Wing's matters. As they spoke about Zero Wing City's training environment or the heaven-defying battle that had taken place at Ancient Rock City, their eyes glowed with anticipation. Before Shurfong could reach the entrance, a long-haired man in his 30s approached him. Looking at Shurfong, who was clad in sportswear, the long-haired man said in a friendly tone, "Friend, you're here to join Zero Wing, right?" "Me? Join Zero Wing?" Shurfong was stunned by the long-haired man's words. Although the long-haired man looked ordinary, Shurfong sensed intense life force from him. In terms of physical fitness, the long-haired man could practically rival Hunglian masters. However, before Shurfong could say anything, the long-haired man unzipped his jacket and revealed a six-winged emblem pinned on his t-shirt, proving that he was an internal member of Zero Wing. "I can tell that you're extraordinary at a glance, brother," the long-haired man said while showing off his emblem. He then pointed at the long line of people waiting to enter the building and grinned, saying, "Look at how long that line is. If you grab a ticket and join the line now, it'll take you forever before your turn arrives. However, I'm an internal member of Zero Wing. I have a recommendation slot that lets me help one person bypass the initial test." "What are you trying to say?" Shurfong asked curiously. "I can see that you're extraordinary, so I plan to recommend you to the guild. However, once you become an internal member of Zero Wing, you'll need to join my team. What do you think?" Looking at Shurfong with a serious look, the long-haired man said earnestly, "The team I belong to is extraordinary. Although it was established only recently, it has become a second-line team already. It's only one line behind the main force." Shurfong was at a loss for words. He never imagined such competition existed between Zero Wing's various teams. If he weren't Zero Wing's guild leader, he would have most likely been tempted by the long-haired man's words already. After all, apart from Zero Wing's main force, any other team that had a Tier 4 player leading it would be considered a second-line team. Meanwhile, all second-line teams could raid level 150, 100-man hard mode team dungeons. "What? You don't believe me?" Upon seeing Shurfeng's startled expression, the long-haired man said delightedly, "Do you know who my team leader is? You'll get a fright if I tell you." Just when Shurfong wondered who this strange man's team leader was, the sounds of fighting came from inside the lobby. The din was like a sledgehammer pounding the ground. However, neither the long-haired man nor the other Zero Wing members present showed any concern over these loud sounds, appearing wholly accustomed to them. The newcomers, though, all expressed curiosity and tried sneaking peeks into the lobby. "Ignore that. It's nothing to fuss about," the long-haired man said when he saw the curiosity on Shurfeng's face. He then added nonchalantly, "It's just the experts of another superpower coming to provoke Zero Wing. I believe Master Lei Bao will take care of them in a moment." Shurfong asked, "Have there been a lot of such situations happening in Zero Wing lately?" "It's been like this since before I joined. However, it's become much more frequent recently," the long-haired man said as he nodded in frustration. "These superpowers can't bear to see Zero Wing developing. However, as they can't do anything to us in God's domain, they keep coming to our headquarters to make trouble. They keep asking us to sell them Zero Wing City's lands. I heard that the group that came here this time consists of 6 superpowers, one of them the Super Guild Mythology. Mythology's group is even led by the Fong family's young lady. That Fong Shirhan really is something. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also frighteningly strong. She can take down master-level experts in practically one hit. I'm afraid only our big sis Fire Dance can take her on. The long-haired man shuddered when he spoke of Fong Shirhan. It was evident he feared the latter greatly. After the long-haired man finished speaking, the lobby's door opened abruptly, and a group of people stalked out of the building. These people were representatives of superpowers, and they currently had angry expressions. However, when they looked at Fire Dance and Lei Bao, who walked out of the building shortly after them, and then looked at the injured master-level experts and one half-step neutralizing Grandmaster beside them, they dared not do anything. Just you wait. Don't think that just because we are helpless against you in God's domain, you'll be invincible in the real world as well. Zero Wing will only encounter more trouble for refusing to cooperate with us. The various superpowers representatives barked arrogantly at Fire Dance, and Lei Bao, their voices growing complacent as they spoke. While master-level experts might be powerless against Zero Wing, there were bound to be superpowers capable of inviting Grandmaster-level experts to move for them. The corporations operating within the upper zone might even take action. After all, Zero Wing was too large a cake to pass on. According to the information the various superpowers had gathered, some forces based in the upper zone were already investigating Zero Wing, evidently interested in the guild. Hence, it was only a matter of time before Grandmaster-level experts came to find trouble with Zero Wing. Fire Dance and Lei Bao revealed somewhat grim expressions on their faces when they heard the representative's words. They had expected the battle at Ancient Rock City to have caught the attention of many organizations in the upper zone. Hence, they were certain that Grandmaster-level experts would eventually come to Zero Wing seeking trouble. While these Grandmasters might not be capable of doing anything against Zero Wing on the surface, if they came every day to pick a fight, it would ruin Zero Wing's reputation, not to mention the other unscrupulous tactics they could employ. However, when the various superpowers representatives were getting full of themselves, Fong Shirhan suddenly left the group and headed toward Shifeng. The cold gaze she directed at him made the temperature in the surroundings fall by more than 10 degrees. The long-haired man standing beside Shifeng shuddered in fear despite himself. Looking at Shifeng, the long-haired man asked, "Friend, did you offend her in some way before? Why do I get the feeling that she's coming for you?" In this situation, the nearby young men also looked at Shifeng and began a quiet discussion. They all wondered who Shifeng was to warrant such attention from a great beauty like Fong Shirhan. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, I don't think I've done anything to her, Shifeng said. He likewise found it strange that Fong Shirhan was walking to him. After giving the matter some thought, he added, "The only things I remember doing are killing one of her elders and telling her to get lost. I don't think I've ever done anything else to her." Shifeng's words stupefied the long-haired man. He never thought that Shifeng would be so ruthless as to pull such stunts with the Fong family's lady. It would be strange if Fong Shirhan didn't try to take Shifeng's life. However, when Fong Shirhan arrived in front of Shifeng, she looked at him and asked quietly, "Can I speak with you in private?" Immediately, be it the long-haired man or the other men present, they all couldn't help staring at Shifeng with wide eyes. What was going on here? Chapter 2885, Sword Saint Black Flame? Chapter 2885, Sword Saint Black Flame? Shifeng couldn't help taking a closer look at Fong Shirhan when he heard her words. Currently, Fong Shirhan looked slightly frilier than the last time he saw her. She also no longer exuded the imposing aura of before, although the ambition in her eyes still burned bright. Just the two of us. Shifeng stole a glance at the robust Matt and an elderly man standing among the group of superpower representatives. This elderly man possessed a powerful life force. He was absolutely a grandmaster-level expert. Moreover, judging by how respectfully Matt was behaving around this elderly man, it was easy to guess that the elderly man held an eminent position in mythology. He should be a guild elder at the very least. However, seeing as Feng Shirhan was asking for a private conversation, Shifeng could tell that Feng Shirhan had her own thoughts, and that these thoughts did not align with mythology's plans. That's right, just the two of us. Feng Shirhan nodded, then glanced at the long-haired man beside Shifeng and smiled sweetly, saying, "Of course, you can bring someone with you. However, it's not my fault if our relationship gets exposed." The long-haired man immediately revealed a look of shock and confusion when he heard Feng Shirhan's words. Feng Shirhan was the young lady of a major corporation. According to rumor, she was even an upper zone resident. In addition, not only did she possess a divine level of beauty, but she was even a vice guild leader of mythology. Countless talented young men wished to get close to her, but never got the opportunity to do so. She had an air of indifference even when dealing with Zero Wing's big shots like Cola. Nevertheless, she was taking the initiative to seek out Shifeng. Her friendly behavior with Shifeng made the long-haired man doubt if she was even the same person as before. Who is this guy? Questions filled the long-haired man's mind as he looked at Shifeng. However, after snapping out of his daze, he gazed at Shifeng with anticipation shining in his eyes. Feng Shirhan was an individual of high status. If he could get close to her by even a little bit, even if he were only a third wheel, this achievement would earn him bragging rights for the rest of his life. All right, just the two of us, then. Shifeng nodded, ignoring the hopeful look the long-haired man was giving him. Feng Shirhan was not at all surprised by Shifeng's response. She pointed at a maglev limousine nearby and said, "Let's talk in my car, then. Nobody will bother us there." Zero Wing's battle at Ancient Rock City had thoroughly shaken God's domain. Zero Wing City's public opening also allowed Zero Wing to rake in tons of wealth and resources every day. The resources earned even included the 7 luminaries crystal that the upper zone's various forces sought to obtain. The city was so tempting that even the 5 great super guilds had designs on it, let alone Feng Shirhan. Zero Wing was currently rejecting all partnership offers for Zero Wing City, choosing to monopolize all of the city's benefits. The various superpowers could not get even the smallest cut of this juicy pie. To make matters worse, none of the superpowers could do anything about this situation. However, Feng Shirhan was confident she could accomplish what the various superpowers couldn't. With her family's position and resources in the upper zone, she should be able to get Zero Wing to agree to a partnership. After all, Shifeng was currently in a lot of trouble because he had offended a mental strength master. Although Shifeng lived in a different upper zone from Fu Jiuzhong, the mental strength master had plenty of means to deal with him. Among the organizations operating within the 3 upper zones based in the country, those capable of protecting Shifeng numbered very few. The Feng family just so happened to be one of them. When Shifeng saw the maglev limousine, a hint of envy appeared in his eyes. This limousine was a global limited edition, and it was constructed with a top-tier alloy used for spacecraft. This alloy not only had excellent sound insulation properties, but could even withstand missile strikes. He had thought of buying one for Zero Wing, but lacked the connection to do so. Nodding, Shifeng said, "Sure, let's get in the car." "In that case, this way, please, Guild Leader Black Flame." Feng Shirhan smiled and took the initiative to lead Shifeng to the limousine. Her words left the long-haired man stupefied. He's the guild leader? The long-haired man stared at Shifeng's back with wide eyes. When he recalled how he had treated Shifeng like a little brother, he suddenly felt faint. After all, Black Flame's name in God's domain was synonymous with a killing god. He would create rivers of blood because of a disagreement. He had even killed one of mythology's legendary figures without hesitation. The long-haired man wasn't the only one stunned by this revelation. The young men and women in queue also took some time to process this information. He's guild leader Black Flame? No way. He's that sword saint. Don't the rumors say that guild leader Black Flame is a man in his 30s? That guy looks no more than 22 or 23. Apart from Zero Wing's executives and a portion of the guild's core members, the only other people who knew Black Flame's actual identity and appearance in the real world were the various superpowers executives. The average player was unaware that Black Flame was only a disguise. You really know how to keep a low profile, guild leader Black Flame. Even the internal members of your own guild don't know who you are, Feng Shihan said, smiling when she looked back and saw the long-haired man's pale complexion. That guy will probably lose sleep for the next several days. Shifeng rolled his eyes at Feng Shihan. Feng Shihan knew that the long-haired man was unaware of his identity as Black Flame and had deliberately revealed his identity to mess with the man. However, when Shifeng and Feng Shihan were roughly 10 steps from the limousine, Shifeng suddenly stopped and turned to the crowd in the plaza. Guild leader Black Flame? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Feng Shihan was a little confused by Shifeng's actions. She followed Shifeng's gaze and looked toward the plaza. Although there were well over 1,000 people crowded in the plaza, Feng Shihan faintly sensed killing intent from that direction. Moreover, there wasn't just one source of killing intent, but more than a dozen. This killing intent was well hidden. If one weren't a half-step Grandmaster expert or above, one would have difficulty noticing it. This can't be. That side is already taking action. Feng Shifan frowned. Only the Infinity Master Fu Jiuzhong could mobilize so many powerful experts. She whispered to Shifeng, guild leader Black Flame, they should be experts the Infinity Master sent. The other side has a significant advantage in numbers. It's best if we pretend we didn't notice them and get into the car quickly. Even if it's them, they can't do anything against my car. A force of over a dozen half-step Grandmasters or above was indeed powerful. However, against the global limited edition limousine, even these experts could only lament their lack of strength. This was also why many major corporations wished to purchase this limousine. However, only 100 people in the world actually managed to get their hands on one. No, there's no need for that, Shifeng said, shaking his head. He then began walking toward the plaza. I initially planned to ignore them, but since they came all the way here, I'll deal with them now. It's annoying to have them constantly buzzing me like flies. Chapter 2886, Mental Strength Master. Chapter 2886, Mental Strength Master. When Feng Shihan saw Shifeng slowly making his way to the plaza, she was stunned. She never thought Shifeng would confront the enemy. The enemy had over a dozen half-step Grandmaster experts or better on their side. Among the sources of killing intent she sensed, a few even struck fear into her. Facing so many experts of such caliber, even a Honglian Grandmaster would suffer miserably. This crazy bastard. Feng Shihan gritted her teeth and followed after Shifeng. She was the Feng family's young lady. Even the upper zones organizations would have to show her some respect. If she stood up for Shifeng, the other party wouldn't dare go too far, lest they incur the Feng family's wrath. However, before Feng Shihan could catch up to Shifeng, 14 people in the crowd approached him. They had concealed their auras so well that they looked no different from ordinary pedestrians. None of the people around them paid them any attention. "Kid, since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish." Elder Chi said when he saw that Shifeng had already walked into the crowd. Sneering, he commanded, "Everyone, attack." If Shifeng had chosen to remain somewhere with little foot traffic, they would quickly get noticed by others if they took action. However, it was a different story in a crowded location like this plaza. With their standards, they could attack Shifeng without anyone noticing. By the time the bystanders realized what was going on, they would have long since left the scene. The distance between both sides continuously shortened. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. When the two sides were less than 3 meters apart, one Henglian Grandmaster, one neutralizing Grandmaster, and 4 half-step Grandmasters began walking straight toward Shifeng. The 6 experts continued moving like ordinary pedestrians, with the 4 half-step Grandmasters even chatting merrily like close friends. Nobody could tell that these 6 experts were approaching Shifeng with hostile intentions. When the 4 half-step Grandmasters were within 1 meter of Shifeng, both the 4 half-step Grandmasters and the 2 true Grandmasters took action simultaneously, so fast that ordinary people couldn't even see their afterimages. The 6 experts launched punches, palm strikes, and claw strikes, aimed at Shifeng's vitals. Their attacks did not create even the slightest ripple in the air. Although the 6 experts had different strength levels, their coordination was perfect, and they moved as if they were of one body. Feng Shihan's complexion darkened at this scene. If she were in Shifeng's shoes, she could, at best, stop 2 or 3 attacks. The rest would land on her, without fail. It might be a different story if a Henglian Grandmaster received these attacks, but Shifeng was only a neutralizing Grandmaster. He would most definitely die if he received all these attacks. However, when the 6 experts' attacks were about to land, Shifeng's body suddenly twitched and moved like flowing water. As if his various body parts had a mind of their own, they instinctively dodged the 6 experts' attacks. Shifeng's movements were so fine that he dodged some attacks with less than half a centimeter to spare. B. The 6 experts were startled by this outcome. However, before they could launch another round of attacks, Shifeng casually scraped his shoulder past one of them and bumped into another. He then executed a punch, an elbow strike, a palm strike, and a kick against his other 4 opponents. The next moment, the 2 Grandmasters and 4 half-step Grandmasters stiffened and stopped moving. They stood still among the crowd, like statues. When Shifeng had walked 3 meters away, the 6 experts' eyes rolled back, and their bodies collapsed to the ground. How is this possible? Feng Shihan's eyes widened, and her jaw dropped at this scene. Of the 6 experts, 2 were bona fide Grandmasters, one of them a Henglian Grandmaster. Yet, Shifeng had taken care of these experts in the blink of an eye. The fight had ended so quickly that she didn't even see what had happened. She might have been able to accept such an outcome if the 2 Grandmasters were both neutralizing Grandmasters. With internal force, Shifeng could knock them out instantly when his attacks connected. However, knocking out a Henglian Grandmaster in one hit was an incredibly difficult feat otherwise. Henglian Grandmasters wouldn't be renowned as troublesome opponents. Feng Shihan wasn't the only person shocked by this situation. Elder Chi and the other experts similarly tensed up at this scene. Even they were incapable of defeating Henglian Grandmasters in one hit. While Shifeng might have employed a dirty tactic, there was no denying that he had felled a Henglian Grandmaster in one hit. The remaining experts turned to Elder Chi to seek his opinion on the matter. Elder Chi was their leader this time. He also possessed incredible strength, being slightly stronger than even the well-known Wang Xianming. If Elder Qi chose not to attack now, they naturally did not need to attack either. After all, Shifeng's display of strength just now had thoroughly stunned them. Shifeng's feat was even more unbelievable than a person killing an elephant with one punch. Seeing Shifeng approaching their group, Elder Qi gritted his teeth and advanced. Although Elder Qi didn't know what method Shifeng employed just now, he was confident he could stop any neutralizing Grandmaster's attack. After all, his mental strength was just a tad short of the mental strength master level. His perception and sixth sense were both much stronger than the average Hunlian Grandmasters. All tricks were useless against him. When the other experts saw Elder Qi moving, they quickly followed after him. However, their mentality toward Shifeng was completely different from before. Now, they had ramped up their vigilance to the max. Elder Qi's group of 8 split up and approached Shifeng from 8 different directions. They occasionally used the crowd to conceal their bodies and obscure their movements from Shifeng. However, Shifeng remained unfazed and continued approaching Elder Qi casually. What arrogance! Do you think I'll fall for your tricks like those fools? Elder Qi accelerated his footsteps when he saw Shifeng's indifference, not wanting to give Shifeng any more time to observe and prepare. With 6 Grandmasters in their group of 8, they could give even a mental strength master a headache if they attacked together. After all, a mental strength master's physical fitness was only slightly superior to theirs. What made mental strength masters powerful was their perception of danger and their control over their bodies. However, when Elder Qi was less than 6 meters away from Shifeng, he suddenly lost sight of Shifeng. He disappeared. Elder Qi was stunned as he stared at the spot Shifeng disappeared from. Shifeng had vanished not only from his vision, but also from his perception. Elder Qi and the 7 other experts immediately began looking around frantically, searching for Shifeng. Several seconds later, Elder Qi suddenly noticed a figure walking past him, and he was stunned once more. Shifeng? However, before Elder Qi could turn around, he felt a stinging pain in his chest. He then found his body paralyzed, and his vision darkened as if death had come for him. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. When Elder Qi saw Shifeng disappearing past him, a thought appeared in his mind, and fear surfaced on his face. Mental strength master. Apart from Shifeng being a mental strength master, Elder Qi couldn't think of any other explanation for this situation. After all, only a mental strength master could evade his perception. However, before Elder Qi could warn the others, he noticed Shifeng walking past his approaching companions, one after another. Unlike himself, though, his companions didn't even notice Shifeng. And after Shifeng passed them, their bodies abruptly stiffened. It was evident that they had suffered a similar fate to his. In the end, Elder Qi could only watch helplessly as his companions collapsed one after another. Chapter 2887, Powerful Mental Strength Master. Chapter 2887, Powerful Mental Strength Master. When Elder Qi and the others collapsed, one after another, in the plaza, they quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding people. The small plaza grew noisy for a time as the passers-by gathered around these collapsed experts and discussed among themselves. Shifeng exited the crowd in the meantime, his departure going entirely unnoticed. He had practically zero presence, as if he was no different from the roadside trees and bushes. He's a mental strength master. Shock filled Feng Shihan's eyes as she switched her gaze between Shifeng and Elder Qi's group. She felt like her world had just come crashing down on her. Apart from Shifeng being a mental strength master, she could think of no other explanation for how he had defeated a force of 8 Grandmasters and 6 half-step Grandmasters so easily. Despite knowing this, Feng Shihan still couldn't bring herself to believe Shifeng was a mental strength master. mental strength masters were big shots even in the upper zone, and every one of them lived in the middle layer. Numerous organizations based in the upper zone tried to curry favor with these individuals. All of these powerhouses had reached the level of a mental strength master only in their 30s or later. On the other hand, how old was Shi Feng now? Not to mention, according to Fang Shihan's investigations, when Shi Feng first entered the upper zone several weeks ago, the Green God Company had evaluated his mental strength as special grade only. He had still been a long distance from master grade. When Shi Feng arrived in front of Fang Shihan, she finally snapped out of her daze. She then scrutinized him as if she was meeting him for the first time. Has your mental strength reached the master level already? Fang Shihan asked despite herself. Although she was already certain Shi Feng was a mental strength master, she still couldn't believe that someone could reach this level before 25. If news of this matter spread, it would shake the entire upper zone. Even the Green God Company's executives would take an interest in Shi Feng once they learned of his potential. Meanwhile, the Green God Company's executives were existences even mental strength masters wanted to befriend. These executives helmed the various upper zones, individuals standing at the top of the upper zone. I had the fortune of achieving a breakthrough recently. Shi Feng nodded, not bothering to conceal this fact. He then turned to look at the collapsed experts in the plaza, an indescribable feeling appearing in his heart. Previously, when he had first become a mental strength master, he had noticed that his body's physical fitness had improved significantly. The sharpness of his perception had also become far superior to before. However, only after clashing with Elder Qi and the others did Shi Feng realize how powerful and frightening mental strength masters could be. Mental strength masters might be only slightly superior to Honglian grandmasters in physical fitness, but their control over their bodies reached an incredible level. Not only could they control the fine movements of muscles and the physical body, but they could also exert much greater control over their brains. While in combat, Shi Feng had managed to accelerate his thought processes by more than tenfold. In his eyes, Elder Qi and the others had looked like they were moving in slow motion. After including his enhanced perception of his surroundings, let alone dodging the eyesight and senses of several grandmasters, he could even replicate God's domain's void steps momentarily. It was no wonder the upper zone's various organizations feared mental strength masters so much. Shi Feng also felt fortunate that he had been cautious and stayed indoors for the past few weeks. Otherwise, he might have really ended up in trouble. After all, killing a lone grandmaster-level expert was child's play for a mental strength master. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng's admission, Fang Shihan was momentarily at a loss for words. Originally, she had hoped to acquire a portion of Zero Wing City's resources by offering Shi Feng protection. In doing so, she could increase her authority within mythology and solidify her position as the first Vice Guild leader. Now, her plan was nothing but a joke. There was no way a mental strength master would fear another mental strength master. More importantly, with how young Shi Feng was, once the Green God Company found out about his achievement, the company would undoubtedly place heavy importance on him. The status he would enjoy at that time would far exceed Fu Jiuzhong's. After all, the Infinity Master was already an old man and showed precious little signs of improvement nowadays. So long as Fu Jiuzhong wasn't a fool, he would give up on revenge against Shi Feng. On the contrary, he might even try to mend his relationship with Shi Feng. After all, the life of mental strength masters in the upper zone's middle layer wasn't as smooth sailing as others thought. Looking at the vacant expression on Fang Shihan's face, Shi Feng asked strangely, "The trouble has been dealt with already. Do you still see a problem in this, Miss Fang?" Fang Shihan recovered from her stupor at Shi Feng's words. Putting away her previous nonchalant attitude, she said respectfully, "You jest, Master Sure. The powers behind those experts will be scared stiff once they hear about your current status and identity. How could they possibly cause you any more problems?" "Is that so?" Shifeng felt a little awkward when Feng Shihan suddenly spoke to him respectfully. Her passionate gaze, in particular, was as if she had just seen an absolute beauty. It gave him an uncomfortable feeling. "Master Sure, my visit this time isn't for anything significant." After observing Shifeng a little while longer, Feng Shihan revealed a rare smile and said, "I only wish to partner with Zero Wing on a personal level." A personal partnership. Shifeng wasn't particularly surprised by these words. Calmly, he asked, "May I know what kind of partnership you have in mind?" Taking a deep breath, Feng Shihan said solemnly, "I am willing to invest 100 billion into Zero Wing to help develop all of the guild's necessary facilities and territories. Simultaneously, I can also provide 10 reserve slots for the upper zone and 1,000 bottles of potions of various kinds. I will also bring a large batch of peak experts and over 300 plots of land located in the NPC cities of both the eastern and western continents into Zero Wing." Shifeng couldn't help being tempted when he heard Feng Shihan's offer. He then asked, "What are your conditions?" Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU the funding aside, just the 1,000 bottles of various potions, the large batch of peak experts, and 300 plots of land were more than enough to elevate Zero Wing's overall strength by a large margin. Zero Wing would instantly surpass ordinary super guilds. It would be a lie to say this offer didn't tempt him. The lands of the Western continent's NPC cities, in particular, were things Zero Wing needed urgently right now. With these lands, Zero Wing could maximize the use of its intercontinental teleportation array. The guild might even be able to establish a solid foothold on the Western continent in one fell swoop. Seeing the interest in Shifeng's eyes, Feng Shihan replied, "Simple. Become my backer." Shifeng was slightly stunned as he looked at Feng Shihan, his mind failing to comprehend her words momentarily. "What's going on?" Chapter 2888, Zero Wing in an Uproar. Chapter 2888, Zero Wing in an Uproar. Feng Shihan couldn't help a smile when she saw Shifeng's stunned face. She then asked leisurely, "Do my conditions confuse you, Master Sure?" "Indeed, a little." Shifeng nodded. There was no doubt that the Feng family had extraordinary origins. Moreover, Feng Shihan herself was mythology's first vice guild leader. No matter how he looked at it, the woman already had a boundless future ahead of her. She was an existence nobody in the outside world dared to offend. He might have become a mental strength master, but the benefits he could bring to Feng Shihan were merely limited to the upper zone's commodities. This was also the main reason the upper zone's various organizations bent over backward for mental strength masters. Apart from these trade commodities, he found it hard to imagine what other help Feng Shihan might need from him. "I believe you should also understand what it means to own wealth beyond one's capabilities, Master Sure." Sighing, Feng Shihan said slowly, "The Feng family used to have a mental strength master. However, along with this master's passing, the Feng family's circumstances in the upper zone have deteriorated. At this point, many of the middle layer's various organizations are even targeting the middle layer reserve slot I own. Hence, I hope you can intervene in this matter for me, Master Sure. If you do, those organizations might back off out of fear." A reserve slot for the middle layer. Shifeng was startled by Feng Shihan's words. The reserve slots for the upper zone's base layer were already incomparably precious, and they were more than enough to tempt the base layer's various organizations. A reserve slot for the middle layer would be even more precious and tempting. Moreover, based on Feng Shihan's words, this reserve slot was transferable it didn't bind to specific individuals after use. This reserve slot was countless times more precious than the temporary 3-month slots the base layers organizations competed for in the contribution competitions. It would be strange if the middle layers organizations were not interested in acquiring this reserve slot. Master Shi, would you be willing to cooperate? Feng Shirhan asked, a hint of apprehension flashing across her eyes as she looked at Shi Feng. Originally, she had already decided to give up on this reserve slot because she couldn't keep it with mythology's strength. However, an opportunity had presented itself to her now. If she found the help of an ordinary mental strength master, the middle layer's various organizations wouldn't fear her at all. They would still try to snatch her reserve slot without fear. However, it was a different story if the mental strength master were Shi Feng. Shi Feng had become a mental strength master at an unprecedentedly young age. With his potential, the Green God Company was bound to place great importance on him. So long as Shi Feng was willing to stand up for her, she might be able to keep this reserve slot. After Shi Feng gave the matter some thought, he said, "All right, I agree to your conditions. However, I need to add one condition." "Please speak, Master Shi." Feng Shirhan responded without hesitation. 100 million trade points. Shi Feng stated, "What are your thoughts on this, Miss Feng?" Apart from the trade points he earned from trading in 7 luminaries crystals to the Green God Company some time ago, he hadn't made any extra points during this period. Meanwhile, apart from life potions, he also needed to spend a lot of trade points while living in the upper zone. This would only increase after he had Fire Dance and the others move into the upper zone. His expenditure of trade points would skyrocket if he had to nurture a mansion full of people. Hence, acquiring trade points was a must. 100 million. After pondering the condition, Feng Shirhan gritted her teeth and answered, "No problem. I can transfer them to you through my account." Once Feng Shirhan agreed to his extra condition, Shi Feng made his way into Zero Wing's headquarters and signed a contract with her, assuring both sides. After signing the contract, Feng Shirhan promptly left Zero Wing's headquarters to make the necessary preparations. She acted decisively and carefully on this matter. Inside, the maglev limousine heading to the airport, Vice Guild Leader, "Do you really intend to follow Shi Feng in the future?" White Feather asked as she looked at Feng Shirhan, who had her eyes closed and was deep in thought. "If you leave the guild so abruptly, the guild won't spare you. Although Shi Feng is now a mental strength master, there are significant differences between mental strength masters. He won't necessarily be able to stop all the organizations operating in the middle layer. If he handles things poorly, you'll not only lose your reserve slot, but also have to face the guild's retaliation." Mythology was one of the 5 great super guilds. Some of the upper zone organizations that had partnered with the guild because of God's domain had the support of powerful and high-ranking mental strength masters. Feng Shirhan was Mythology's first vice guild leader. Her abrupt departure from Mythology would deal a massive blow to the guild's reputation and morale. Mythology would seek revenge for this matter, both in God's domain and in the upper zone. "I don't have a choice. This is my last chance," Feng Shirhan replied with a wry smile. "If I continue waiting, I'll lose the reserve slot for sure. Once that happens, I doubt I can get it back, even if a powerful mental strength master stands up for me. I can only pray that Shi Feng is capable of fending off those greedy organizations now." Even mental strength masters had extreme difficulty securing one middle layer reserve slot, and they treated these slots like family heirlooms. After all, these slots could allow a person to live in the middle layer unconditionally. If she couldn't retain this reserve slot, her chances of becoming a mental strength master were practically zero. In the upper zone's history, The people capable of becoming a mental strength master without ever setting foot into the upper zone's middle layer were few and far between. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that 99% of the mental strength masters that had ever walked this world became mental strength masters only after living in the middle layer for some time. While Feng Shirhan was making her way back to the upper zone, news of Elder Chi's group getting crippled reached Yuantian City's upper zone, shocking the various organizations based there. None of these organizations ever thought that Shifeng possessed such frightening strength. He had single-handedly fended off the encirclement of so many Grandmaster-level experts. This unexpected development prompted many organizations looking to sell the Infinity Master a favor to shrink back. What should we do, young master? The organizations in Haitian cities and Yuantian cities' upper zones are no longer willing to assist us, Ikue asked worriedly after calling Lu Tiandi. Moreover, now that Shifeng's prestige has increased, many organizations are considering partnering with him to acquire 7 Luminaries crystals from Zero Wing. I understand. Withdraw from Yuantian City's upper zone for now, Lu Tiandi said, smiling faintly. Teacher has learned about this situation. He'll most likely personally cripple Shifeng. All we need to do now is sit back and watch. Yes, sir. Ikue grew joyful when he heard Lu Tiandi's words. If Fu Jiuzhong personally took action, then everything would be fine. Once Zero Wing no longer had Shifeng backing it, Starlink would have a much easier time annexing Zero Wing. Fenglin City, Zero Wing Tower. Along with Shifeng's return, excitement filled Zero Wing's members, particularly the experts who had joined Zero Wing only recently. The reason for everyone's excitement was Shifeng's awarding life potions to Fire Dance and a dozen other core executives in front of all of the guild's internal members. Afterward, he had announced that he would award those internal members who performed excellently with life potions. They even had the opportunity to enter the upper zone. This announcement threw the entire headquarters into an uproar. The upper zone was a dreamland countless people wished to enter, let alone living in the upper zone. They usually didn't even dare dream of entering the upper zone. This was because the upper zone was a place only a select few organizations in the world could come into contact with. Ordinary civilians like themselves had no chance of entering the upper zone. However, the impossible had now become possible. Guild leader, is this really fine? Fire Dance asked worriedly when she saw the new reward system. In the new reward system, a Tier 4 internal member that successfully raised their mana body's completion rate to 110% would receive 3 bottles of life potion. Afterward, they would receive 1 bottle for every subsequent percent of improvement. If they reached 115%, they would receive another 3 bottles. There was also a reward for concentration standards. After one reached the Tier 4 basic concentration standard, every increase in rank would net them 1 phantom potion, 3 bottles if they reached the Tier 4 peak standard, and 10 bottles if they reached the Tier 5 standard. As for combat standards, internal members would receive 1 life potion if they reached the Void Realm and 3 bottles if they reached the Domain Realm. Most importantly, anyone in the guild who got promoted to Tier 5 would get to live in the upper zone with 100% certainty. Setting aside the upper zone's residency, just the reward of the various potions was already plenty absurd. Others might not understand how precious these potions were, but Fire Dance knew that these potions were available only in limited quantities. Relax. There won't be a problem, Shifeng said, chuckling. On the contrary, I hope more people can claim the rewards. The life potion was of significant help for improving a person's physical fitness. Meanwhile, if Zero Wing wished to develop quickly, it wouldn't do for the guild to rely solely on him. Zero Wing needed at least several Grandmaster-level experts under its command. Only then would it no longer have to fear the provocation of other forces. Hence, he needed to increase the rewards for Zero Wing's internal members. By doing so, he could also raise the motivation of Zero Wing's members and the chances of producing Void Realm experts and Domain Realm experts. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Moreover, with the life potions he provided, Fire Dance and Master Lei Bao would break through to the Grandmaster level in a few days. This was especially true for Fire Dance, who had already reached the Domain Realm in the realms of refinement and the Ascension Realm in the realms of truth. She only lacked a bit of inspiration and a boost to her brain activity to become a neutralizing Grandmaster. Afterward, Shi Feng discussed the guild's rapid development with Fire Dance and the guild's other executives. Dealing with the Outer World Forces invasion wasn't an easy task. If handled poorly, the guild might lose Silverwing City and Ancient Rock City. One day went by quickly. It's about time I returned to the game. After taking a look at his watch, Shi Feng drank a life potion, lay down in the virtual gaming cabin in his bedroom, and logged into God's domain. Chapter 2889, Astonishing Ancient Rock City. Chapter 2889, Astonishing Ancient Rock City Orc Empire. Ancient Rock City. When Shi Feng appeared before Ancient Rock City's entrance, the city had already taken on a new look. It now had much taller walls covered with magic runes. Even though the city's core magic array was currently inactive, the magic runes naturally absorbed mana from the environment and generated a magic barrier. The magic barrier was so powerful that even a Tier 5 existence's full-powered attack might not break it. So long as there was mana within and around the city, this magic barrier would always exist. It would even automatically repair itself for free. Tall buildings had replaced the ruins inside the city, and a thin layer of fog surrounded this forest of buildings. The city's mana density practically rivaled Zero Wing cities already. When Shi Feng took to the skies to get a better view of the city, the sight that greeted him gave him a burst of ecstasy. Did it get automatically promoted to main city? The current Ancient Rock City was slightly larger than even Zero Wing City. What used to be Saint Han's residence had been converted into a gigantic City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion was well over 300 meters in height, and glowing divine runes surrounded the building. These divine runes didn't look man-made. Instead, the various elements of mana around the building formed them spontaneously. If players had a sufficiently high perception of the operating principles of mana, they could even learn the essence of the various elements of mana through these naturally occurring divine runes. No wonder cities with secret lands, as their cores are of significant help to players in their tier promotions. Just these naturally occurring divine runes can already provide a significant boost to Tier 4 players. When you factor in the environment inside the evil god's secret land, as well, a Tier 4 player's chances of getting promoted to Tier 5 here should be 20 to 30% higher than in the outside world. Shi Feng fell into a daze as he looked at the majestic City Lord's mansion. While Shi Feng was quietly observing Ancient Rock City, the number of players around the city continuously increased. When these players laid their eyes on the city, they, too, were stupefied. What had originally been a ruined city was now a magnificent city much larger than even royal capitals. The mana density within the city was at a level where the mana was visible to the naked eye. Coupled with the city's proximity to the Orc Empire's inner region, it made for the perfect resting place for players seeking to raid the Orc capital city. Since more and more people were gathering, Shi Feng promptly entered the city and flew toward the City Lord's mansion. Now that cities no longer received protection from the system after undergoing an upgrade, Ancient Rock City was currently at its weakest. If hostile forces attacked the city, now, defending it would be incredibly difficult. Hence, the first thing he needed to do was activate the City Lord's mansion's core magic array and generate the city's defensive magic array. Now that ancient rock city had become a main city, so long as its defensive magic array was active and had a sufficient supply of magic crystals, the city could take on even 2 Tier 5 existences without trouble. After Shurfong entered the city lord's mansion, he was surprised once more. Not only did the city lord's mansion possess an environment rivaling that of the ancient god's domain, but the clarity of the operating principles of mana's various elements in this place surpassed even that of the secret underground room in Zero Wing City. Zero Wing City's secret underground room only managed to gain such an environment thanks to the ancient beast sculpture and the expenditure of a ton of magic crystals. Even then, the secret room could accommodate only several dozen people at a time. On the other hand, ancient Rock City's City Lord's mansion possessed an even better environment and could allow more than 10,000 players to train in this environment simultaneously. When Shurfong arrived inside the core control room, he saw a fully open set of pitch-black doors. The evil god's secret land's mana continuously flowed out of the open doors and into the City Lord's mansion. The secret land itself had also undergone significant changes. Previously, the evil god's secret land prevented all outsiders from approaching. Now, there was a flight of stairs with 49 steps leading into the secret land. These steps tested players on their ability to stabilize their surroundings. The higher one climbed on this staircase, the higher the requirement would become. By the time players reached the top, they would have gained basic mastery over the various elements of mana. Another staircase from the control room's second floor led directly into the evil god's secret land. However, players needed to be at least level 150, Tier 4, to use this entry method. They also had to pay 1,000 mana stones per player to enter. In other words, there were 2 methods to enter the evil god's secret land. One method was free, but required players to have basic mastery over the various elements of mana. The other method had much more lenient entry requirements, but players had to pay 1,000 mana stones. This method was a huge benefit for Tier 4 players. After all, Tier 4 players could obtain significant help in their Tier 5 promotion from a level 150 plus God Mode secret land. Not to mention, monsters inside a God Mode secret land were filthy rich. According to the rumors Shurfong had heard, the mythic monsters inside level 150 plus God Mode secret lands provided at least 5 times more EXP and 3 times better loot than mythic monsters in the outside world. They were walking treasure troves. Of course, securing these walking treasure troves wouldn't be easy either. This was because even the weakest monster inside these secret lands rivaled refinement realm experts in combat standards, with the more powerful ones on par with void realm experts. And worse, all of these monsters moved in groups. If an ordinary Tier 4 expert entered a God Mode secret land by themselves, they wouldn't even know how they died. And while Tier 5 players could survive in a God Mode secret land by themselves, they would still die if they came across a Tier 5 legendary monster. All legendary monsters in a God Mode secret land possessed combat standards rivaling peak experts at the very minimum, as well as powerful basic attributes. The average Tier 5 player would have difficulty facing a legendary monster by themselves. Normally, raiding a legendary monster would need 3 Tier 5 players. Moreover, these 3 players needed to fill the roles of MT, healer, and damage dealer. Only with all 3 roles filled would they have a chance at killing a legendary monster. If players wished to guarantee a kill on a legendary monster, they would need to add 2 more Tier 5 damage dealers to their party formation. Shurfong felt a little tempted as he looked at the evil god's secret land's entrance. This was because the monsters inside level 150 plus God Mode secret lands had a chance of dropping God crystals, materials essential to upgrading many fragmented legendary items, as well as Tier 5 skill and spell books, which all Tier 5 players needed to raise their combat power. However, Shurfong quickly calmed himself. He knew full well that he couldn't take on a level 150 plus God mode secret land by himself. Even if he brought Fire Dance and the others with him, they could, at best, kill a bunch of Tier 4 superior mythic monsters. A Tier 5 legendary monster was out of the question. Afterward, Shurfong spent 300,000 magic crystals to activate the control room's core magic array, which created a barrier of divine runes around ancient Rock City. The city's defensive magic array was significantly stronger than before. With the core magic array's activation, ancient Rock City woke up like a slumbering beast. The city drew all mana within a 20,000-yard radius toward itself, depleting the mana in the vicinity. Now, only Tier 3 players who had activated their mana bodies could survive in the surroundings, and Tier 4 players in the area saw their flight speed plummeting. If a Tier 5 existence attacked ancient Rock City now, they would also find the power of their attacks diminished by a significant margin. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Shurfong was dumbfounded by the sight before him. What a powerful core magic array. Initially, he had thought to strengthen ancient Rock City's core magic array using the 12-array magic world. However, he dared not interfere with it now. This was because countless divine runes made up the core magic array. He could tell at a glance that it was no ordinary core magic array, and even the slightest of modifications could have catastrophic consequences. Meanwhile, with this core magic array, ancient Rock City's defensive standard was probably close to that of Zero Wing City, which had the protection of a world mirror. And this was when the core magic array was operating in normal mode, not at maximum capacity. After activating the core magic array, Shurfong contacted Fire Dance and had her begin transferring the manpower gathered in Silverwing City to ancient Rock City. In less than 20 minutes, over 200,000 Tier 3 members and over 30 Tier 4 members from Zero Wing arrived at ancient Rock City's empty streets. As an added precaution, Fire Dance also mobilized 3 Crimson Dragon flying ships, 6 Tier 4 Fine Gold Guards, and 2 Tier 4 Dark Gold Guards. The assembled combat power in ancient Rock City could already rival that in the various superpowers' headquarters. After reading an update from her subordinate, Fire Dance asked Shurfong, "Guild leader, we've completed the basic setup. Should we open ancient Rock City now?" "Open it," Shurfong replied without hesitation. "Set the entrance fee to 1 magic crystal or 40 silver coins. Only after a guild city had opened its doors to the public could it recruit NPC soldiers and strengthen its defenses at a much faster rate. Moreover, if Zero Wing wished to keep ancient Rock City operating normally, it would have to spend at least 100,000 magic crystals per day. If the guild tried to operate the city privately, it would eventually run out of magic crystals. When ancient Rock City opened, many scouts from guilds and adventurer teams flooded in. Adventurer teams that made a living from raiding the Orc capital city even entered the city in full despite the high entrance fee. The Orc capital city was a huge treasure trove. Moreover, all players raiding the Orc capital city were frontline experts in the current god's domain. Even the weakest among them possessed peak Tier 3 combat power. Currently, these players could reap a significant harvest just by farming the monsters in the Orc capital city's outer and inner regions. With luck, they could even get their hands on level 150 epic equipment. Meanwhile, as ancient Rock City was the closest guild city to the Orc capital city, it was only natural these players would choose it as their base of operations even if they had to pay an exorbitant entrance fee. Over 600,000 players flooded into ancient Rock City in less than 2 hours, and every one of these players was a Tier 3 expert. Upon entering ancient Rock City, all of these experts were stunned by the city's splendorous view and wonderful environment. Not only could they recover from the corrosion of foreign energies extremely quickly here, but they could even store up to 2 whole levels worth of the double EXP buff just by resting in the city. The accumulation rate for the buff was even a staggering 30% per 24 hours. While 30% might not seem like much, Tier 3 players couldn't even earn 30% worth of EXP by grinding nonstop for 24 hours. Players who had reached level 140 would be considered grinding freaks if they could gain even 20% per day. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, meanwhile, by resting on the streets of ancient Rock City, not only could players avoid delaying their leveling progress, but they could even level up faster than normal. The effect would be even better if they rested in hotels. News regarding ancient Rock City spread throughout the entire eastern continent. When the superpowers that were planning on attacking ancient Rock City heard about the city's defensive standard, they gnashed their teeth and abandoned their notions. Now, they had no choice but to wait for the outer world forces to take revenge for them. While the vast number of Tier 3 experts were exclaiming over ancient Rock City's environment, Shifeng brought Beast Emperor to Star Moon City's War God's Temple. Previously, because the system prevented Shifeng from leaving ancient Rock City's vicinity, he could only imprison Beast Emperor temporarily. Now that he had settled ancient Rock City's matters, he naturally couldn't spare Beast Emperor. Not to mention, because the War God's Temple abhorred the Evil God's Temple, it offered extremely generous bounties for the capture of high-ranking Evil God envoys like Beast Emperor. After Shifeng entered the War God's Temple's lobby with Beast Emperor in tow, a level 180 senior administrator promptly approached him. "Greetings, sir. You are here to collect a bounty, right? Please follow me." The Temple Lord is currently present in the War God's Hall, the level 180 Tier 3 senior administrator said respectfully as he looked at Shifeng. "Okay, lead the way." Shifeng nodded. Chapter 2890, War God's Temple's Reward. Chapter 2890, War God's Temple's Reward. War God's Temple. War God's Hall. In a hall enveloped by starlight, a middle-aged man wearing a white divine robe and a turquoise crown sat on a throne made entirely of 7 luminaries crystals. The man slowly opened his eyes when he sensed the arrival of Shifeng and the senior administrator. After reaching the middle of the hall, the senior administrator reported respectfully, "Lord, Temple Lord, this person is here to claim the bounty on an evil god envoy." The robed man took a closer look at Shifeng and the restricted Beast Emperor upon hearing the senior administrator's words. He then nodded and said, "Administrator Roa, you may take your leave." Normally, a lofty temple lord wouldn't need to handle the bounty of an evil god envoy. However, Shifeng was a Tier 5 individual, an existence standing at Star Moon Kingdom's apex. Hence, even the Temple Lord had to treat this matter with care. Shifeng likewise curiously scrutinized the Temple Lord. Star Moon City's War God's Temple was the headquarters for the War God's Temple's branches in Star Moon Kingdom. Meanwhile, Howard Ragewind, the Temple Lord of this branch headquarters, also happened to be the War God's Temple's strongest combatant stationed in Star Moon Kingdom. After taking a look at Howard Ragewind, Shifeng had to admit that the War God's Temple deserved to be called the strongest force in God's domain. This was because even the Temple Lord of a kingdom's branch headquarters was a level 200 Tier 4 NPC, a half-step Tier 5 NPC, to be precise. Not only did Howard Ragewind possess an incredibly high life rating, but his mastery over the various elements was also considerable. He was only a short distance from creating his Tier 5 mana body and getting promoted to Tier 5. Moreover, the staff and crown Howard Ragewind owned were both legendary items. Even an actual Tier 5 existence would struggle against him. Looking at Shifeng, Howard Ragewind asked, "Lord Sword Saint, may I verify that evil god envoy?" "Certainly." Shifeng waved his hand. Beast Emperor's body immediately flew toward the Temple Lord. However, because Beast Emperor had forcibly logged out of the game already, his body was merely an empty shell. After Beast Emperor's soulless body arrived in front of Howard Ragewind, its restraints disappeared. Simultaneously, the magic arrays set up around the hall activated and bound Beast Emperor's body with golden chains covered with divine runes. Even if Beast Emperor were a Tier 5 player, he wouldn't be able to break these divine chains. You are amazing, Lord Sword Saint. You actually caught an evil god envoy. This is a subordinate the evil god has spent much to nurture. Now that you've captured one, the continent will be in peace for quite some time, Howard Ragewind said, his eyes glowing with joy when he finished inspecting Beast Emperor's body. The evil god was incapable of descending onto the main continent. At most, he could only plague the continent through the legacies he left on the continent. Meanwhile, people who had acquired and utilized the evil god's legacies were known as evil god envoys. Compared to evil god apostles, the capture of an evil god envoy was many times more valuable. This was because only evil god envoys could use the power of the evil god's legacies. There was a limited number of evil god legacies on the continent, so the loss of an envoy meant the disappearance of one evil god legacy. You overpraise me, Lord Temple Lord, Shifeng said calmly. Shifeng had long since known that Beast Emperor was an evil god's envoy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have visited the war god's temple in such a hurry. Afterward, Howard Ragewind chanted an incantation, and Beast Emperor's body gradually disintegrated under the power of the golden chains. When Beast Emperor's physical body disappeared, Shifeng saw a translucent soul appear in its place. However, under the magic array's effects, the translucent soul also dissipated quickly. The entire process lasted no more than 20 seconds. When Howard Ragewind stopped chanting, Beast Emperor's existence had been expunged from God's domain. Beast Emperor would have to start from scratch if he wished to enter God's domain again. Meanwhile, without the evil god's legacy, Beast Emperor would pose no threat to Zero Wing. He might even have problems reaching Tier 4. After Beast Emperor disappeared, Shifeng received a notification from the system. System, congratulations! You have captured an evil god envoy, rewarding 100,000 War Gods Temple Merit Points, 3,000 War Gods Temple Reputation Points, 5 levels, and 50 Legacy Skill Points. System, your War Gods Temple reputation has reached 6,700 points. Rewarding War Gods Envoy title. You will enjoy status and authority equivalent to a War Gods Temple Elder with this title. Shifeng was stunned when he saw the rewards. Although he had expected a generous reward, he never dreamed it would be this generous. Setting aside how many items he could exchange from the War God's treasury with 100,000 merit points, just the War God Envoy title more than justified his efforts. While the War God's temple had countless branches across God's domain, it had a limited number of elders. The status of elder exceeded even that of branch temple lords in the War God's temple. With this status, Shifeng could directly recommend Zero Wing be one of the top 10 rookie guilds of God's domain. Zero Wing would no longer have to go through the coming year's selection competition. Instead, it could directly participate in the competition for the 12 reserve seats. Moreover, God's domain's top 10 rookie guilds also got to enjoy a portion of the 12 reserve seats' authority, including having a guild garrison a kingdom and enjoy the worship of this kingdom. Seeing Shifeng in deep thought, Howard Ragewind approached him and said respectfully, Lord Sword Saint, because of your contributions, you are now the War God's Temple's envoy. If you encounter any trouble in the future or need help with something, I will be more than happy to help. That's great. Upon hearing the Temple Lord's offer, Shifeng asked, I wish to recommend my guild as a candidate for the top 10 rookie guilds. I also wish to have my guild garrison Starmoon Kingdom. May I know what I need to do to accomplish this? This was his first time enjoying an elder's privileges in the War God's Temple, so he had no clue how to recommend a guild become a top 10 rookie guild. Howard Ragewind was undoubtedly the perfect candidate to answer this question. This is simple. All you need to do is write a recommendation letter, and I'll pass it on to the main headquarters elders. Afterward, you just need to wait. I believe that news of your guild becoming one of the top 10 rookie guilds will spread across the continent in a few days, Lord Sword Saint, Howard Ragewind replied, smiling. Having your guild garrison Starmoon Kingdom is even easier. I am good friends with the king. Once the War God's Temple makes its announcement, the king will be more than happy to let your guild garrison Starmoon Kingdom. So long as you give your approval, your guild can become Starmoon Kingdom's representative guild on the same day. I will have to trouble you with that. Then, Lord Temple Lord, Shurfong said joyfully. He initially thought he would face a troublesome process. The top 10 rookie guilds enjoyed extraordinary status in God's domain. Although they didn't have the authority to decide the development of an entire country, the benefits of becoming the representative guild of a country were massive. Representative guilds would receive precious resources from their respective countries upon taking the position, and these resources included 7 luminaries crystals and various legendary materials. With luck, a guild might even receive inferior divine artifact ranked materials. After writing the recommendation letter, Shurfong went to the temple's core treasury, a place only those at the branch temple lord status or above could enter. Sure enough, it's impossible to exchange for legendary weapons and equipment directly. Shurfong sighed in disappointment when he scanned the exchange list at the treasury. Although the War God's treasury offered legendary weapons and equipment for exchange, only NPCs could use these items. The weapons and equipment usable by players were limited to the fragmented legendary rank or below. Of course, the divine artifacts that cost over 200,000 merit points were the exception. However, it was practically impossible for anyone to accumulate that many points. At this point, Shurfong switched to browsing the treasury's materials. When he saw the list of materials, he couldn't help sighing in admiration. After all, the treasury housed over 500,000 legendary materials and 10,000 divine artifact materials. This is a divine power source. Shurfong was stunned when he read the description of one divine artifact ranked material. Scorching Eye, divine artifact, ranked material. An eye of flame naturally formed from a divine power source. The scorching eye can be merged with a person's body to improve their life rating significantly. Required merit points. 70,000 Shurfong had investigated divine power sources on multiple occasions. However, he never managed to find any information on them. He never thought that he would come across one in the War God's Temple. However, he gasped involuntarily when he saw how many merit points the Scorching Eye cost. The average fragmented legendary weapon only cost around 40,000 merit points, yet the Scorching Eye cost 70,000 merit points despite being only a material. For comparison, God crystals, which were also considered materials, only cost 7,000 merit points. There are 4 divine power sources in the War God's treasury, but I can afford only one with my current points. If I exchange for God crystals instead, I would probably have enough to upgrade fragmented legendary equipment to legendary rank already. Shurfong hesitated over the Scorching Eye. There was no way he could acquire more merit points within a short period. After all, there was no second evil god envoy waiting for him to catch. Meanwhile, the Scorching Eye was the cheapest of the 4 divine power sources available for exchange. The others cost around 80,000 points. If he chose to exchange for enough God crystals to upgrade a piece of fragmented legendary equipment, he wouldn't be able to afford any divine power sources at all. Finally, Shurfong gritted his teeth and said, I'll exchange for the scorching eye and 4 god crystals. Please wait for a moment, the receptionist in front of Sherfong said, smiling before leaving to find the items he chose. Some time later, the scorching eye and 4 god crystals entered his hands. Simultaneously, the merit points he had also plummeted. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, however, Sherfong did not regret his decision. Based on how few divine power sources the War God's Temple owned, he could tell that these items were incredibly rare and precious. Obtaining even one divine power source in the outside world would already be close to impossible, let alone 2. God crystals, though, were a different story. While God crystals might be rare, Sherfong still had ways to obtain them. I wonder how much the light of 2 worlds will improve. Looking at the fist-sized scorching eye in his hand, Sherfong drew the light of 2 worlds. System. Divine power source detected. Do you wish to let the light of 2 worlds absorb it? Absorb. Chapter 2891. Upgrade to Legendary. Chapter 2891. Upgrade to Legendary. The moment Sherfong chose to have the light of 2 worlds absorb the scorching eye, the latter transformed into a bundle of flames and merged with the fragmented legendary weapon. The crimson flames made the sword spontaneously ignite, and the cracked divine runes engraved on it began mending. Several seconds later, crimson divine runes lit up all over the sword, followed by a significant increase in the light of 2 worlds' aura. What a powerful aura! Sherfong was astonished as he looked at the weapon in his hand. The aura the light of 2 worlds now exuded was more than enough to deter ordinary Tier 4 players from approaching it. A Tier 4 player would need to break through the 100% threshold of their mana body to withstand the devastating power overflowing from the sword. However, compared to the light of 2 worlds' external changes, the changes to its statistics were much more remarkable. The upgrade had boosted the basic attributes that the weapon provided by 15%. With the weapon, Sherfeng's strength finally exceeded the 70,000 threshold. Now, he was only slightly inferior to level 150 Tier 5 legendary monsters in the strength attribute. In addition, the light of 2 worlds' 3 additional skills had been upgraded to Tier 5. Worldbreaker, in particular, could now increase an attack's power up to the Tier 6 basic rank. The skill's cooldown had also decreased from 1 hour to just half an hour. After Sherfong got over his joy of upgrading the light of 2 worlds, he shifted his attention to his Nightwalker's cape. Now that I've upgraded the light of 2 worlds, there's no hurry to improve my weapons anymore. However, as a Tier 5, the life-saving skills I have are far too few. I wonder how much the Nightwalker's cape will improve if I upgrade it. Sherfong took out 3 more god crystals from his bag as he looked at the Nightwalker's cape, completing the 7 god crystals required to repair the fragmented legendary equipment. Initially, he had planned to upgrade the Abyssal Blade to Tier 5 once he had saved up enough god crystals, so he never bothered using the 7 leftover god crystals from the Dragon Trial. However, now that he had upgraded the Light of 2 Worlds, he wasn't in as much of a rush to upgrade the Abyssal Blade. This meant there was no need for him to reserve those remaining god crystals. Instead, he could use them to raise his survivability. After all, Tier 5 players might be powerful, but they weren't invincible. It might be fine if he died in a dungeon, but if he died in the outside world, he would suffer immense losses. After players reached Tier 5, they wouldn't just lose a level when they died. Their mana bodies would also suffer damage, and a full recovery would take at least 3 or 4 days. Either that, or players could spend 7 Luminaries crystals to speed up the recovery process. Because of this significant death penalty, all players would try to raise their survivability as much as possible after reaching Tier 5. System. Sufficient god crystals detected. Do you wish to let the Nightwalker's cape absorb them? Absorb. Feng agreed to the prompt without hesitation. The 7 god crystals in Feng's hands gradually disintegrated into 7 streams of light that lingered around the Nightwalker's cape, then merged with the cape's tattered divine runes, repairing them. When the 7 god crystals were gone, the Nightwalker's cape's divine runes suddenly lit up. A layer of black fog then appeared around the ordinary-looking cape, reducing Feng's presence significantly and preventing others from inspecting his information. Now, Feng could even erase his presence completely if he wanted to. Apart from the cape's hidden effects, its statistics had also undergone earth-shattering changes. Nightwalker's cape, legendary rank cape, equipment requirement, strength 8,000, agility 5,000 when equipped. All resistances increased by 300%. All damage received reduced by 60%. Strength increased by 150%. Agility increased by 120%. Endurance increased by 120%. Ignore levels plus 80. Movement speed increased by 100%. Attack speed increased by 100%. Reaction speed increased by 100%. Additional passive skill, 1 Nightwalker. When the cape is equipped, no information about the player can be examined. Physique improved by 60%. Additional passive skill, 2 Divine Speed. Players' starting movement speed increased to 100% of players' maximum movement speed. Additional passive skill, 3 Void Walk. Players can freely enter the void and traverse it. Void Walk significantly weakens the oppression exerted by the void. Additional active skill, 1 Divine Steps. Summons 36 doppelgangers before a maximum of 36 targets for 5 seconds. Doppelgangers do not possess any attack capabilities and are invulnerable to attacks. Player can switch positions with any doppelganger freely. Maximum cast range of 2,000 yards. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional active skill, 2 Void Shield. Forms a shield with an HP 10 times the player's maximum HP for 10 minutes. As long as the shield exists, the player's HP recovery speed increased by 500% and movement speed increased by 300%. Damage from Tier 5 sources or below is reduced by 90%, and damage from Tier 6 sources is reduced by 60%. Cooldown, 15 minutes. The blacksmith god Bayer crafted this cape for the Tyrant of Destruction. It possesses the power to traverse the void. No wonder they say legendary weapons and equipment grant players the power to transcend tiers. This Nightwalker's cape is simply preposterous. Feng was thunderstruck when he read the Nightwalker's cape's information displayed before him. Although the Nightwalker's cape still couldn't let Tier 5 players stand toe-to-toe with Tier 6 players, it at least provided Tier 5 players with a certain degree of survivability against Tier 6 players. The skill Void Walk was especially excellent for escapes. If Feng escaped into the void, even a Tier 6 player would have difficulty searching for him. After all, even Tier 6 players would be subject to a powerful oppression when traversing the void. If a Tier 4 player were to equip the Nightwalker's cape, their strength would approach that of Tier 5 players. Unless a Tier 5 player could counter the Nightwalker's cape's abilities, or the Tier 4 player in question did something stupid, it would be impossible for a Tier 5 player to kill a Tier 4 player equipped with the Nightwalker's cape. Meanwhile, after upgrading the Nightwalker's cape, Feng's strength attribute skyrocketed once more, hitting the 90,000 mark. Now, he had 10,000 more strength than the average level 180, Tier 5 NPC. In terms of basic attributes, he already stood at the peak of Tier 5 existences, inferior only to Tier 5 NPCs wielding legendary weapons. I thought I would have to wait a little longer before I could challenge the evil god's secret land, but now it seems that won't be necessary. Fighting spirit flared in Feng's eyes as he thought about the God mode secret land. An ordinary Tier 5 player would not have the ability to challenge the evil god's secret land. However, with the Nightwalker's cape, Combined with his above-average basic attributes, he was more than qualified to enter the God Mode secret land. Moreover, he had to raid the secret land, no matter what. After all, the wealth it contained surpassed the treasuries of several kingdoms combined. But I'll need to make preparations first before challenging it. Other people in God's domain might be ignorant of the situation inside God Mode's secret lands, but not Shurfong. Although he had never entered a God Mode secret land in his previous life, he had heard many stories of Tier 5 players rashly entering a God Mode secret land and meeting an untimely death. A God Mode secret land had an excellent environment rivaling that of ancient times and the concomitant dangers of ancient times. The poison fogs and extreme weather found inside God Mode's secret lands were more than enough to claim a Tier 5 player's life. Hence, before entering a God Mode secret land, the various superpowers would always gather many Master and Grandmaster alchemists to craft magic resistance potions and potions that strengthened the user's physique. These potions were essential for Tier 4 players seeking to enter the secret land. Without these potions, they could die at any given moment. After thinking up to this point, Shurfong contacted Melancholic Smile and had her prepare the necessary potions, particularly Grandmaster potions. The more Grandmaster potions they had, the better. Acquiring Grandmaster potions wasn't difficult for Zero Wing now, as Silent Wonder had recently become a Grandmaster alchemist. Time passed quickly. 2 days after Zero Wing began preparing to raid the evil god's secret land, shock and fear suddenly swept the Eastern Continent's various forces. Just a while ago, the Eastern Continent's various forces received news that a large number of players had emerged from the World Passage. Their numbers were unprecedented, with many Tier 4 players among them. According to the reports of scouts and insider information from Outer World players, more than 20 superpowers had entered God's domain from the Outer World. The Outer World's NPC Conquest Army had also finished gathering its forces, and this army consisted of NPCs from over 30 kingdoms and 6 empires. One could say that the Outer World's NPC forces were adamant in conquering the Eastern Continent this time. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, this conquest army had already gathered on the other end of the World Passage and was steadily making its way to the Eastern Continent. The advent of the Second War of Worlds was here. In response, the Eastern Continent's native forces began frantically raising their defenses, recruiting experts, and increasing their levels. They also banded together, forming a coalition to defend against the Outer World forces. At this time, though, an equally jaw-dropping incident took place in God's domain. Mythology's first Vice Guild leader, Cold Shadow, left Mythology and joined Zero Wing with a large number of experts and resources, becoming one of Zero Wing's Vice Guild leaders. Chapter 2892, All Sides Shaken. Chapter 2892, All Sides Shaken. Dark Knight Empire, Dark Knight City. Starlink's residence had once been brightly lit and crowded with people. However, after Zero Wing's rise, the number of players visiting Starlink's residence had steadily decreased. Now, apart from guild members, almost nobody visited Starlink's residence. Starlink was now the least prosperous of the Dark Knight Empire's top 4 guilds, not even comparable with first-rate guilds. However, many people had gathered in the residence's top-floor meeting room, including representatives from the various superpowers and executives of many dark guilds. These people were here to discuss how to oppose the increasingly powerful Zero Wing in secret and the Outer World's invasion. Only, after everyone present read the report they just received, their complexions turned indescribably ashen. Has Cold Shadow lost her mind? She left Mythology for Zero Wing. Is she not afraid of Mythology's retaliation? Hasn't Cold Shadow always been at loggerheads with Zero Wing? What's up with this situation? It seems Mythology is also stunned by this development. According to the reports I received, Cold Shadow seems to have planned this betrayal with her subordinates long ago. Not only did they annex hundreds of shops simultaneously, but they also exchanged all their GCPs for resources. She took mythology completely by surprise. Although the importance of Cold Shadow's betrayal was insignificant compared to the Outer World's invasion, the various superpowers present were still shocked and confused by this situation. Mythology was one of the 5 great super guilds. Cold Shadow herself also possessed extraordinary strength and status within the guild. She had a high chance of becoming Mythology's guild leader. With such a bright future ahead of her, there should be no reason for her to leave Mythology. Moreover, Zero Wing was currently in a terrible situation. The guild's ability to facilitate teleportation between the 2 main continents had made it an eyesore for the native superpowers and also a priority target for the Outer World forces. Now that the Second War of Worlds had begun, everyone was steering clear of Zero Wing. Despite that, Cold Shadow had taken the initiative to join Zero Wing. The various representatives present simply couldn't wrap their heads around this situation. Some of them even suspected Cold Shadow of having a secret relationship with Shurfong. Otherwise, why would Cold Shadow, a woman with a promising future, join Zero Wing, a guild in a precarious situation? "All of you be quiet," Lu Tiandi shouted as the babble in the room reached unbearable levels. Standing up, he said, "Although Cold Shadow's betrayal has increased Zero Wing's strength substantially, our plans remain unchanged. According to the information I obtained, over 10 Outer World superpowers will lead a portion of the NPC conquest army to the Twin Towers Kingdom and Starmoon Kingdom. To ensure the swift destruction of these 2 kingdoms, we must get the experts there to leave as quickly as possible. We must also get the players of the neighboring kingdoms and empires to distance themselves from these 2 kingdoms. Without the help of expert players, the 2 kingdoms will fall with only their NPCs and Zero Wing to defend them." The various superpowers representatives and the various dark guilds executives nodded in agreement with Lu Tiandi's words. "Guild leader Lu, rest assured, we will mobilize all available personnel to lure the independent experts of those kingdoms and empires away. We won't let them assist Zero Wing. That's right. We can also commission those experts to join the armies of other kingdoms and empires. I believe those independent experts will be more than happy to do so for an appropriate price. The Twin Towers Kingdom and Starmoon Kingdom will have nobody to help them. In the current era, where Zero Wing dominated the Eastern continent, the superpowers and dark guilds hostile to Zero Wing were having an incredibly bad time. Moreover, with Shurfong defending Zero Wing, even the 5 great super guilds could do nothing against Zero Wing. Nevertheless, Zero Wing couldn't stop them from secretly carrying out small schemes. Players played a significant role in the War of Worlds. This remained true even for Tier 3 players because players could resurrect continuously even after falling in battle. While NPCs could also be resurrected, the process was much more complicated. Moreover, the battlefield spanned far and wide. Even if an individual possessed heaven-defying combat power, they could affect the outcome of only a limited area. Winning the war still required the cooperation of a large number of expert players. In the First War of Worlds, the only reason the Eastern Continent's forces managed to stop the Outer World NPC army's advance was the large number of expert players who had participated in the war. Otherwise, the Eastern Continent would have long since fallen. Hence, the various superpowers and dark guilds present were confident of destroying the 2 kingdoms serving as Zero Wing's backbone in the upcoming war. While the various superpowers and dark guilds were secretly colluding against Zero Wing, a large number of Tier 4 experts had gathered in the distant Orc Empire's ancient rock city. Looking at the pedestrians coming and going on the main street, the female guardian knight, White Feather, exclaimed, "Vice Guild Leader, This city is absurd. Not only does it have stronger defenses than a royal capital, but the number of Tier 4 NPCs here also surpasses even that of certain imperial capitals. White Feather had been living and developing in the Fire Dragon Empire all this time, so she was accustomed to the prosperous and powerful Flame Dragon City. Hence, no guild city had ever managed to catch her eye. However, after arriving at Ancient Rock City, White Feather had to acknowledge the city's magnificence. The number of Tier 4 NPCs visiting Ancient Rock City was especially amazing, practically comparable to Flame Dragon cities. Meanwhile, the presence of Tier 4 NPCs would greatly impact a guild city's defensive standard and the fortuitous opportunities available within it. It is indeed well developed. Even Mythology's main headquarters can't compare, Cold Shadow said, nodding in agreement. Originally, she still had some misgivings about her decision to join Zero Wing. However, seeing Ancient Rock City had considerably alleviated her worries. With Ancient Rock City's advantages, the city could repulse the various superpowers' attacks even if Sherfone were absent. It also wouldn't have any problems fending off Mythology's retaliation. Moreover, given enough time, Ancient Rock City would not only attract a large number of players from the surrounding kingdoms and empires, but also acquire increasingly better resources from the Orc capital city. Afterward, so long as the Eastern Continent succeeded in fending off the Outer World's army, it wouldn't be difficult for Zero Wing to become God's Domain's strongest guild. Her only concern was that fending off the Outer World's conquest army wouldn't be an easy task. If the defense were mishandled, Zero Wing might even perish in the upcoming war. After thinking up to this point, Cold Shadow couldn't help frowning. She couldn't understand why Sherfone had suddenly called for Tier 4 members like herself to gather in Ancient Rock City. Now that the Second War of Worlds was imminent, there was a lot of work to be done. It was especially important for them to recruit expert players from the neighboring kingdoms and empires. If they acted slowly, the other superpowers would definitely interfere with their plans. When Cold Shadow and her team of nearly 10 Tier 4 experts entered the City Lord's mansion, they were instantly stunned by the environment inside the building. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, why are the operating principles of mana so clear here? The clarity inside Mythology's special secret land doesn't even come close, White Feather exclaimed. The special secret land Mythology had found and secured after paying a great price had an excellent environment that provided players with greater insight into the operating principles of mana. However, only a limited number of people could enter the secret land at a time, resulting in fierce competition among the guild's many Tier 4 experts and the Tier 3 experts seeking to get promoted to Tier 4. Moreover, even after one clinched a slot, they still needed to fork out a lot of resources to enter the secret land. One had to pay for these resources out of one's own pockets, the total cost of which was enough to make even Tier 4 experts wince. Yet, not only did Ancient Rock City's City Lord's mansion's environment surpass that of Mythology's special secret land, but there was hardly an entry limit. With the size of the City Lord's mansion, thousands of players could enjoy this wonderful environment simultaneously. If Mythology's many Tier 4 experts found out about this, they would probably die of envy. While Cold Shadow and the others were in a daze, Sherfone, who had been waiting in the City Lord's mansion for some time now, suddenly said, "All right, now that everyone's here, let's enter the evil god's secret land." Chapter 2893, Natural Holy Land. Chapter 2893, Natural Holy Land. Entering the secret land at this time? Cold Shadow was stunned when she saw Sherfone instructing Zero Wing's executives to enter the evil god's secret land's entrance located on the second floor. She couldn't understand what was going through Sherfeng's mind. It wouldn't be long before the Outer World's NPC conquest army launched its invasion of the Eastern Continent. Meanwhile, even 10 Zero Wings wouldn't be enough to stop the advance of these armies. Zero Wing's top priority should be the recruitment of a large number of expert players to fend off the Outer Worlds players and NPCs. Otherwise, only annihilation awaited the guild. Even without conducting any investigations, Cold Shadow was certain that the Eastern Continent's various superpowers had already begun recruiting expert players themselves. If Zero Wing did not hurry, it would fall behind them. Hence, this was no time for Zero Wing's Tier 4 members to be raiding a secret land. However, when Cold Shadow saw Zero Wing's members entering the secret land one after another, she had no choice but to enter the secret land together with White Feather and the others. After all, not only was this the guild leader's arrangement, but the other Zero Wing executives did not voice any objections, either. It wouldn't be appropriate for a newcomer like herself to express her views in such a situation. What Cold Shadow didn't know was that Fire Dance and the others had previously reminded Shurfeng of Zero Wing's situation. However, Shurfeng still insisted on carrying out this raid. His insistence on this raid was because he was certain that Apex combatants would play the main role in deciding the upcoming war's outcome. While low-tier expert players could indeed play an important role in wars involving kingdoms, empires, and even entire worlds, they were still significantly weaker than higher-tier players. Several thousand Tier 3 players were no match for one Tier 4 player in a large-scale battle. Similarly, several hundred Tier 4 players couldn't compare with one Tier 5 player. In a situation where the NPC combatants of both worlds were roughly equal, the players' Apex combatants would play a vital role. If the Eastern Continent's player forces lacked sufficiently powerful Apex combatants to influence the battlefield, no amount of Tier 3 players could change the war's outcome. There was no way a bunch of Tier 3 players could defend against Tier 4 and Tier 5 players in the long run. Hence, at this critical moment, Zero Wing needed to increase its Apex combatants. Otherwise, Shurfeng wouldn't have decided to enter the evil god's secret land after preparing potions for just 2 days. After Cold Shadow and the others entered the evil god's secret land, Shurfeng took the other entrance, leaving behind only 4 Tier 4 NPCs to guard the control room. Upon entering the evil god's secret land, a wave of nausea assaulted everyone's brain, and everything around them appeared pitch black. After this situation lasted for 10 seconds, they gradually recovered, and they found themselves standing in a primitive forest. What's with this situation? White Feather gaped in shock when she saw the forest around her. She had visited many secret lands before, so she had long since become familiar with them. Even if it was a secret land she had never visited before, she was confident she could cope with whatever situation she came across. However, the sight before her was a first for her. A dark sky enveloped the entire secret land, and only a blood moon served as a faint light source. The trees in the forest were hundreds of meters tall, with some even towering over 1,000 meters. Compared to the trees here, the trees in the outside world were saplings. Players like themselves were practically ants when standing beside these gigantic trees. However, the blood moon and gigantic trees still weren't the most astonishing part about this secret land. Instead, the greatest shock was the monsters here. At a glance, White Feather spotted over 100 level, 150-plus mythic monsters in the vicinity, outnumbering the entire team. These monsters stood in groups of 10 to 20, and a level 160-plus superior mythic monster led each of these groups. The aura these superior mythic monsters radiated was also significantly more powerful than that of superior mythic monsters in the outside world. Evil Blood Soldier, Evil Creature, Mythic, level 153, 35 billion, Evil Bloodstalker, Evil Creature, Superior Mythic, level 160, 80 billion to White Feather's horror. All of these mythic and superior mythic monsters had already noticed the team's presence. However, instead of charging at the team like wild beasts, these monsters stood still and appeared to be observing the team. They would also grunt occasionally. Evidently, these monsters were communicating with each other and were in no hurry to take action. However, amid her horror, White Feather also sensed the evil god's secret land's incredible environment. Even without deliberately focusing her senses, White Feather could tell that the secret land's mana density was incredible. She felt as if she was drinking a mouthful of water with every breath she took. The clarity of the mana's operating principles was also unprecedented, surpassing even that of the City Lord's mansion by a large margin. She even felt that if she could stay here, she could improve her mana body before long. Perhaps she could even try to reach the 115% completion rate, a threshold very few people had reached in mythology. The space here is unique. The suppression it imposes on our bodies is significant, Cold Shadow said, frowning slightly after she tried moving her body. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to fight these monsters under these conditions. The number of mythic monsters was already more than what their team could handle. With their mobility restricted on top of that, there was no way they could survive, let alone enjoy the mana environment here and improve themselves. Upon hearing Cold Shadow's deduction, Fire Dance tried moving her body as well. She instantly created 3 afterimages around her, her speed so fast that the Tier 4 players could barely keep her in sight. She then nodded and said, "It will indeed be slightly difficult, but it is still within an acceptable range." Still within an acceptable range. White Feather gaped in shock when she saw Fire Dance's ghost-like movements. White Feather had already developed her mana body to the 105% completion rate. However, when she tried moving in the secret land, she felt as if someone had replaced her blood with lead. She couldn't move her body freely, let alone create afterimages like Fire Dance. However, Fire Dance wasn't a unique case. When the other Zero Wing members tried moving, the effects the suppression from the surrounding space had on their mobility and combat power were limited and almost negligible. White Feather and the other Tier 4 experts from mythology were dumbfounded. Even Cold Shadow was astonished. Are they all monsters? It was understandable for Fire Dance to negate the secret land suppression, as she was the commander of Zero Wing's main force. However, what was up with the others? Cold Shadow herself faced a significant reduction in combat power in this secret land. Yet, Zero Wing's 60-plus Tier 4 members fared better than her. In particular, Violet Cloud, Gentle Snow, and Aqua Rose appeared utterly unaffected by the secret land suppression. Meanwhile, after Sherfong arrived in the secret land and tried moving his body, he smiled and thought to himself, "This evil god's secret land truly is paradise. The air is filled to the brim with powerful mana. Someone without sufficient control over the elements will face suppression from the space here. But if they stay here for a while, they'll receive great help in developing and creating mana bodies." Originally, Sherfong had planned to rely on the ancient god's domain's environment to improve Zero Wing's members. However, he didn't need to do so anymore. The evil god's secret land was the perfect replacement. Moreover, players wouldn't have to waste time on training. Fighting the monsters in this secret land would more than suffice to let players familiarize themselves with mana's operating principles. This was because players could even sense the operating principles of mana's various elements in the secret land with their bodies. Hence, players simply had to fight and experience the ambient mana's operating principles repeatedly to improve their control over mana's various elements. However, when Sherfong arrived, the surrounding mythic monsters immediately grew alert. Shortly afterward, a 40-meter-tall evil bloodstalker clad in exquisite armor and holding a spear let loose a roar, inciting all of the monsters to charge at Zero Wing's members. "Damn it! Why are they charging at us all of a sudden?" Cold Shadow frowned when she saw the oncoming monsters. Because of the secret land's suppression, they might not even be a match for these monsters in a one-on-one situation. Over 100 of these monsters charging at them en masse was an absolute nightmare. Among those present, only Sherfong could cope with the attacks of multiple mythic and superior mythic monsters simultaneously. However, Sherfong wasn't an MT but a damage dealer. In front of high-intellect monsters, dealing high damage wouldn't be enough to attract their aggro. Only the mock skills of MTs could forcibly secure the aggro of these monsters. Sherfong couldn't aggro all of these monsters to himself. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World, EU. So, they've decided to get rid of everyone else before targeting me? How smart of them! Sherfong smiled when he saw the evil blood soldiers and stalkers splitting up and targeting different players. Unfortunately, group tactics are useless against me. He immediately unleashed his mana domain and caught the evil blood soldiers and stalkers within it. The instant he did so, Cold Shadow and the others were dumbfounded. This was because Sherfong was practically a god descending onto the mortal world at this time. Despite the mana domain holding no hostility to them, they still had their breath stifled. As for the oncoming evil blood soldiers and stalkers, Sherfeng's mana domain reduced their mobility by at least 50%. Some evil blood soldiers even had difficulty taking a step. Compared to the time Sherfong unleashed his mana domain against Saint's Hand's Tier 4 experts, his current mana domain was significantly more powerful. Chapter 2894, Rapid Improvement. Chapter 2894, Rapid Improvement. This is a real Tier 5. Cold Shadow and her subordinates were all deeply shocked by the strength Sherfong displayed. The evil beast soldier's basic attributes far surpassed those of the average Tier 4 player. Even Tier 4 players wielding fragmented legendary weapons and had mana bodies developed to the 110% completion rate would have difficulty going up against these mythic monsters. Yet, Sherfong had immobilized the 100-plus evil blood soldiers after deploying his mana domain. If this mana domain were used against players, the results would be unimaginable. Cold Shadow and the others had already gotten a solid understanding of how powerful Tier 5 existences were from watching Sherfeng's fight against Beast Emperor and Saint's Hand. But it was only after experiencing Sherfeng's power in person that they understood the terror of Tier 5 existences. When subject to Sherfeng's mana domain, they would be fortunate if they could even move their bodies to launch an attack at him, let alone trade blows with him. Truthfully, this outcome gave even Sherfong himself a bit of a surprise. He never thought that his mana domain would improve so much after equipping one legendary equipment. If it were before he had upgraded the Nightwalker's cape, his mana domain would reduce the mobility of monsters like the evil blood soldiers by 60% at most. It couldn't have lowered these monsters' combat power by over 70%. I'll keep those 4 stalkers busy. You guys deal with those soldiers. Sherfong commanded after seeing that the evil blood monsters didn't halt their charge. He then activated Blade Domain, created 4 magic swords, and launched them at the 4 evil blood stalkers. Although Blade Domain was only a Tier 4 legacy skill, in Sherfeng's hands, every magic sword carried power close to the Tier 5 advanced standard. Even superior mythic monsters couldn't take such powerful attacks. When the 4 magic swords collided with the evil bloodstalkers, they pierced through the monster's armor like a hot knife through butter. The 4 stalkers let loose agonized cries on the spot, and a damage value nearing 300 million appeared above each of their heads. Their HP bars also fell by a visible chunk. Apart from dealing significant damage, Sherfeng's attacks had also inflicted serious injuries to the 4 stalkers, further reducing the superior mythic monster's combat power. Upon seeing this, the nearby evil blood soldiers shuddered involuntarily. If this weren't a secret land, but a forest in the outside world, they would have most likely turned tail and fled already. This scene stunned Cold Shadow and the others. Given this ability to inflict such frightening damage, Feng could easily kill all of the evil blood monsters present by himself. After Feng pinned down the 4 evil bloodstalkers, he shouted, "It's your turn now!" Fire dance, and the others immediately split up and charged at the slowly advancing evil blood soldiers. The members of Cold Shadow's group also snapped out of their daze and went into action. However, instead of tackling the evil blood soldiers in groups, everyone found a specific evil blood soldier to take on alone. Everyone knew that Feng had created an opportunity for them to familiarize themselves with the evil god's secret land's environment. If they didn't maximize this opportunity, they were unlikely to receive another one later on. After all, they were currently at the secret land's entrance, which was typically the safest place in a secret land. Once they moved deeper into the secret land, they would face more challenging situations and wouldn't necessarily have the leeway to familiarize themselves with the environment then. While Feng could still take control of the situation, they naturally had to make the most of these evil blood monsters. For a time, Zero Wings members fought separate battles in the forest. All of them took on at least one evil blood soldier, while Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, Yen Tianqing, Iluofei, and Cold Shadow, among others, took on 2 or more evil blood soldiers simultaneously. Everyone placed themselves at the edge of danger to familiarize themselves with the operating principles of mana. Time passed quickly, 4 hours going by in the blink of an eye. Yet, even after 4 hours had elapsed, the evil blood soldiers' HPs remained above 99%. They were practically intact. Even the 4 evil bloodstalkers Feng fought had hardly lost any HP, all 4 of them retaining more than 80% of their HPs. However, while the evil blood monsters might have sustained barely any damage, all the Tier 4 players had made significant improvements. Initially, everyone's movements when fighting the evil blood soldiers had been awkward. Now their movements were as smooth as flowing water, evidence that they had acclimatized to the ambient mana. However, they still would occasionally feel a sense of disharmony or blockage when using skills, spells, or combat techniques. So, this is how the various elements of mana work. While evading and blocking the attacks of 4 evil blood soldiers, White Feather had an epiphany. Her aura immediately skyrocketed in intensity, and she started having a much easier time dodging the mythic monster's attacks. Her mana body's completion rate had finally reached the 110% threshold. At this moment, White Feather felt as if all the questions she had accumulated before had received answers in one fell swoop, and a burst of power flooded her body. White Feather wasn't the only one to achieve a breakthrough. Many others did, so as well. Cold Shadow had successfully pushed her mana body to the 115% completion rate roughly an hour ago. Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose achieved even more astonishing results. Before entering the evil god's secret land, the 2 had already developed their mana bodies to the 115% completion rate. Now, they had reached the legendary 120% threshold. They were truly monsters. At this time, Feng even suspected that Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose could get promoted to Tier 5 should they wish. After all, the 2 of them were having too easy a time against the evil blood soldiers. Their grasp of the operating principles of mana had reached perfection. They were entirely capable of creating their Tier 5 mana bodies. After Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose was Violet Cloud. While she hadn't reached the 120% completion rate yet, she was very close. And after Violet Cloud were Fire Dance, Yen Tianqing, and Iluofei, while Zero Wings Tier 4 members were frenziedly sparring with the evil blood soldiers. Large batches of NPCs came through the world passage one after another. Their arrival terrified the scouts the various superpowers had sent to monitor the world passage. "It's over! It's over!" Why are there so many Tier 4 NPCs? When the Tier 4 assassins saw the NPC army emerging from the world passage, despair filled their hearts. This was because Tier 4 NPCs composed roughly 1% of the NPC army. In other words, there was one Tier 4 NPC in every 100 NPCs in the army. At this time, the portion of the NPC army that had crossed over to the Eastern continent already exceeded 10 million. This meant that more than 100,000 Tier 4 NPCs had crossed over to the Eastern continent, and more NPCs were yet to come. Moreover, the average kingdom had only a little over 1,000 Tier 4 NPCs operating within its borders. Even if hidden Tier 4 NPCs were included, this number would only hover around 2,000 or 3,000. Tier 4 NPCs were not cabbages that one could find anywhere. Nevertheless, the Outer World forces had dispatched 3 times more NPCs than they had previously. During the First War of Worlds, the Eastern continent had lost nearly 20 kingdoms to the Outer World forces. In this upcoming war, even empires wouldn't be safe. After the Eastern continent's various forces received this piece of news, they all fell silent. The Outer World's NPC latest army thoroughly exceeded the various forces' expectations. If they factored in the Outer World's player forces, it wouldn't be impossible for the Outer World forces to conquer the entire Eastern continent. Meanwhile, the threat posed by the Outer World NPC army had the Eastern continent's various player forces frantically recruiting helpers. Many superpowers even contacted the Western continent's player forces, and upon receiving the request for help, the Western continent's player forces agreed without hesitation. After all, once the Outer World forces took over the Eastern continent, their next target would be the sea and the Western continent. For a time, anxiety enveloped both players and NPCs native to the Eastern continent. However, Shifeng and the others inside the evil god's secret land were wholly unaware of the situation outside. They were still sparring with the evil beast stalkers and soldiers. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU After everyone had sparred for over a dozen hours and resolved most of their problems, Shifeng gave the command to start culling the evil blood soldiers. The mythic monsters of a god-mode secret land were unquestionably powerful. Even when working together in groups of 20, Fire Dance, and the others took over a dozen minutes to kill just one evil blood soldier. If not for Shifeng's mana domain, they might have taken more than an hour. Shifeng fared much better. In the time Fire Dance and the others took to kill one evil blood soldier, he had already killed all 4 evil blood-stalkers. Due to the 4 evil blood-stalkers' deaths, everyone in the team leveled up twice. Even Shifeng had reached level 157. And after he landed the killing blow that finished off all 4 evil blood-stalkers simultaneously, the loot that appeared made cold shadow, and the others rubbed their eyes in doubt. Chapter 2895, Treasure Trove-like Secret Land. Chapter 2895, Treasure Trove-like Secret Land. The loot of the 4 evil blood-stalkers rained down from the sky. At a rough glance, the 4 superior mythics had dropped a combined total of over 300 items, including at least 30 epic items and 2 fragmented legendary items. The evil Bloodstalker's loot was significantly better than that of the outside world's superior mythics. Even Shifeng was slightly surprised by this situation. Although he had already expected the God mode Secret Lands monsters to drop significantly better loot, he was still shocked when he actually saw the loot. Past level 150, epic weapons and equipment would have significantly reduced drop rates. One would be fortunate to get even 2 or 3 pieces of epic equipment from a level 150 plus superior mythic. Nevertheless, the 4 evil Bloodstalkers had dropped more than 30. Moreover, these were all level 150 plus epic items. However, Shifeng did not rush to collect the loot. Instead, he joined the others to clear out the Evil Blood Soldiers. Only after fighting for close to an hour did the team finish off the 100-plus Evil Blood Soldiers. Although the deaths of the Evil Blood Soldiers did not raise anyone's level, everyone still saw their experience bar increase by a sizable chunk. Moreover, the total number of epic items the Evil Blood Soldiers dropped was not the slightest bit lower than that of the Evil Blood Stalkers. Guild Leader, I found some epic weapons and equipment. They can all be used up to level 180. Moreover, one of them is even part of level 180 epic set equipment. Cola said excitedly as he ran up to Sherfong while waving a plate armor glove in his hand. Sherfong was slightly surprised when he saw the glove Cola held. The 8-piece level 180 Saint's Heart set, level 180 epic sets were rare in God's domain, and 8-piece sets were even rarer, rivaling fragmented legendary items. Typically, even the guild leaders of large guilds would have difficulty getting themselves an 8-piece set. However, so long as one completed a set, the basic attributes they received from the set would be only slightly inferior to equipping 8 discrete pieces of fragmented legendary equipment. The set could be used up to level 200 without any problems. It wasn't an exaggeration to call an 8-piece level 180 epic set equipment a graduation set in God's domain. In his previous life, Sherfong had owned only a 6-piece set of level 180 epic set equipment. An 8-piece set had been something he could only dream of owning. Rather than trying to get an 8-piece set, it had been more realistic to try to obtain 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items. He never thought that these evil blood monsters would drop 8-piece level 180 epic sets. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. A complete set would be the best set equipment available in the current God's domain. It could let an ordinary tier 4 player gain tier 5 combat power. Unless a real tier 5 player appeared, this tier 4 player would be invincible. Shortly afterward, Yen Tinshing also picked up a part for an 8-piece set of level 180 set equipment. However, this wasn't for the Saint's Heart set, but for the Spirit Abyss set, a cloth armor set. Moreover, this wasn't the only piece their team got for that set. Violet Cloud also found one. When all of the loot had been tallied, everyone couldn't help their excitement. They had obtained 71 level 180 epic weapons and equipment, including 5 pieces for 8-piece level 180 sets, 1 for the Saint's Heart set, 2 for the Spirit Abyss set, and 2 for the Magic Dragon set of leather armor. They also had 2 fragmented legendary items. One of them was a shield called Wind's Protection, and the other was a ring called the Spectral Ring. Most importantly, there was also 1 god crystal among the loot. Upon seeing the evil blood monster's loot, Cold Shadow and the others were exhilarated. Although current superpowers had already acquired a substantial number of fragmented legendary items, with some powerful superguilds having up to 30, these were still far from enough to sate demand. With how many experts there were in a superpower, even core executives would be fortunate to obtain 1 fragmented legendary item. Moreover, the drop rate of fragmented legendary items did not increase along with the level of players. Players had only so many sources of fragmented legendary items. The God Crystal, on the other hand, was crucial for the upgrade of many fragmented legendary items, and practically all superpowers sought to obtain a God Crystal. Unfortunately, nobody knew of any reliable sources of God Crystals. After Sherfong took a look at the 2 fragmented legendary items, he said, "White Feather will take the Wind's Protection. The Spectral Ring is suitable for assassins, so Fire Dance will take it. The GCPs for these 2 items will be gradually deducted from you 2 afterward. Does anyone have a problem with that?" Upon hearing Sherfeng's decision, White Feather hurriedly tried to reject his offer, saying, "Guild Leader Black Flame, I'm just a newcomer. Isn't it inappropriate to let me have this shield?" She would be lying if she said she didn't want the Wind's Protection. However, fragmented legendary items served as a guild's foundation. They would normally be passed to the most trustworthy members of the guild. Meanwhile, she had joined Zero Wing just recently. If she were to receive a fragmented legendary shield out of the blue, many people within the guild would surely have opinions about it. When White Feather tried to refuse the shield, Fire Dance said, "Little Sister White, you should take it." The guild leader naturally has his reasons for assigning the shield to you. Moreover, it's just a fragmented legendary shield. The other Tier 4 MTs in our team already have one. If you don't use this one, it'll just end up in the warehouse. Rather than let it collect dust, we would be better off increasing our team's combat power. Kola, Yi Wumian, and Turtledove nodded in agreement. Only 4 MTs were participating in this raid, and White Feather was one of them. If she didn't have a fragmented legendary shield, she would be in for a tough time later. Seeing that none of the 3 other MTs objected to Shurfeng's and Fire Dance's words, White Feather decided to accept the shield. Although she didn't voice her feelings, the sense of belonging she felt for Zero Wing increased significantly. She also secretly admired Zero Wing's generosity. Following this, Zero Wing's members continued exploring the evil god's secret land after an hour's rest. The team encountered many ambushes throughout the expedition, with some ambush parties having more than 200 evil blood soldiers. The combat tactics these evil blood monsters employed also became increasingly subtle. Initially, they only blindly charged at Zero Wing's members. Afterward, they began launching sneak attacks and relying on healers in combat. At one point, they even set traps for Shurfeng, incapacitating him for short periods. Fortunately, thanks to Shurfeng's presence, Zero Wing's team never suffered a catastrophic loss. After every battle, the dead were resurrected, and the team's combat power returned to peak condition. The team fought in the evil god's secret land for 4 consecutive days. Apart from logging off to rest and receive updates on the outside world situation, everyone spent the rest of their time exploring the secret land until they reached the inner region. By the time the team arrived in the inner region, everyone was at least level 165 already. Shurfeng had even reached level 167. Their leveling speed was astonishing even for Tier 4 and Tier 5 players. Past level 150, every level up required an astronomical amount of EXP. Tier 4 players would be fortunate if they could gain a level a day. Yet, Zero Wing's members had gained over 10 levels in the past 4 days. However, compared to their levels, what excited everyone more were the weapons and equipment they got. At this point, everyone in the team had already replaced their old items with level 180 epic weapons and equipment. The team had also obtained a total of 45 fragmented legendary items. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Even Shurfeng was astonished by this harvest. He never thought that a level 150 plus God mode secret land would be such an amazing place. It was no wonder the various superpowers in the past had been so desperate to enter these secret lands. In addition to this harvest, the team had also completed 6 8-piece level 180 epic sets, 1 Saint's Heart set, 3 Spirit Abyss sets, and 2 Magic Dragon sets. The sight of these sets rendered Cold Shadow and her subordinates utterly speechless. In the current God's domain, level 150 epic sets obtained by players numbered less than a handful, let alone level 180 epic sets. After some deliberation, Shurfeng had decided to give the Saint's Heart set to Gentle Snow, the Spirit Abyss sets to Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, and Iluofe, and the Magic Dragon sets to Fire Dance and Yen Tianxing. Upon equipping these sets, the 6 players saw their combat power skyrocket. Now, their basic attributes were only second to Shurfeng's. Gentle Snow, in particular, had her strength attribute near the 70,000 mark, surpassing even ordinary level 150 Tier 5 NPCs. Lastly, Shifeng had given the 24 god crystals they acquired during these past 4 days to Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, and Fire Dance to upgrade their fragmented legendary equipment to legendary rank. Even Cold Shadow's eyes had grown bloodshot at this sight, envy filling her heart. At this time, Fire Dance, who was scouting ahead of the team, suddenly reported through the team chat, "Guild leader, I found a primordial ruin." Chapter 2896, Primordial Ruin. Chapter 2896, Primordial Ruin. A primordial ruin? Shifeng's interest was piqued when he heard the words primordial ruin. Ruins were commonly found in secret lands, and they could be differentiated into ancient ruins and primordial ruins, depending on their era of creation. Of the two, primordial ruins were much rarer because they predated ancient ruins, and the ancient era's residents had already explored and dismantled many of them. Primordial ruins that managed to last until the modern era were as rare as legendary items. Meanwhile, the primordial era was a time when gods flourished and ancient gods still wandered the land. With luck, one might even come across an item left behind by an ancient god inside a primordial ruin. "Where are you?" Shifeng asked through the team chat. "A canyon stream in the south. There are many evil blood soldiers wandering here, probably more than 3,000. They seem to be guarding that primordial ruin." Fire Dance reported quietly as she observed the patrolling evil blood soldiers around her. "I also saw quite a few level 160+ superior mythic, ranked evil blood priests walk into the ruin just now. I suspect they'll conduct some kind of ritual inside. However, the place is heavily guarded, so it'll be difficult for us to sneak into the ruin. The only way we can enter is by breaking through from the front. Over 3,000 evil blood soldiers." Shifeng frowned. If their opponents consisted of only several hundred evil blood soldiers, their team could still secure victory under his leadership. However, 3,000 evil blood soldiers was a number even he couldn't stop. Not to mention, there were bound to be many superior mythics as well. Even if he could withstand their assault, the others on his team couldn't. After all, these evil blood monsters weren't idiots. If all 3,000 evil blood soldiers used their Tier 4 skills simultaneously, even Shifeng wouldn't dare take them head-on. He would have to evade their attacks and kite them. After all, a Tier 5 player would still take significant damage if a Tier 4 mythic monster's attack struck him. Naturally, it would be even more impossible for Tier 4 players to dodge and block so many Tier 4 skills. It wouldn't matter even if a Tier 4 player were at the world creation standard. This was because mythic monsters could keep up with the speed of Tier 4 players, and thus could precisely aim and time their attacks. Let alone hundreds or thousands, just a few dozen evil blood soldiers working together would be more than enough to take down a Tier 4 metric tons at the world creation standard. A team would need at least 3 or 4 Tier 5 players to take on 3,000 mythic ranked evil blood soldiers adequately. Relying only on one Tier 5 player and several dozen Tier 4 players was simply impossible. Such a team would have to expend all its efforts just dodging and blocking the Tier 4 skills and spells of the mythic monsters. In other words, while Zero Wing's team could defend itself against the army of evil blood monsters, it had no chance of defeating the army. "Guild leader, how about we take them on in batches?" Cold Shadow suggested. "Those soldiers might be numerous, but they aren't grouped up closely. It'll take some time for all of them to gather at a single point. We can use this time to kill some of them and retreat once their combatants have gathered. With sufficient repetition, those soldiers are bound to fall." After listening to Cold Shadow's suggestion, Shifeng shook his head and said, "That is one way to do it. However, that assumes that the other side doesn't have any healers. Those evil blood priests are all capable of healing. Moreover, as superior mythics, their healing range should be massive. If I'm not mistaken, the soldiers are patrolling within the healing range of the priests. Once we attack the soldiers, the priests will heal the injured soldiers immediately. Unless we can one-shot those soldiers, there is no way we can outdamage a superior mythic's healing. Cold Shadow fell silent at Shifeng's words. Choosing to kill the evil blood soldiers or the evil blood priests first didn't matter. Neither was a viable option. The evil blood priest's healing capabilities were simply too powerful. If the team didn't have the strength to kill several evil blood priests instantaneously and simultaneously, they couldn't deal with so many evil blood monsters. Are we going to give up just like that? White Feather grew anxious. That's a primordial ruin we're talking about. Even mythology had never found a primordial ruin. It had only ever explored ancient ruins. Even so, the guild had still reaped significant harvests from those ruins, particularly regarding the improvement of the mana body. Those harvests were the reason mythology's old monsters managed to develop their mana bodies so quickly. Meanwhile, a primordial ruin was far more precious than an ancient ruin. It wouldn't be strange if it contained treasures that could help players reach tier 5 more easily. After all, primordial ruins dated from the era of the ancient gods. The legacies left behind in these ruins would be far superior to the legacies created during ancient and modern times. We're not completely out of options. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng said, "However, this will be very risky. We might even suffer a team wipe. All secret lands had entrance limits. Depending on a secret land's rank, the entrance limit imposed on players would also differ. In the case of God Mode secret lands, players could enter only once every 10 days. If a player team suffered annihilation, they would be resurrected outside the secret land and would have to wait 10 days to re-challenge it. Meanwhile, the team's significant harvest in the evil god's secret land meant they didn't have to risk their lives for a primordial ruin. They could just continue hunting in safer parts of the secret land and raising their strength. Upon hearing Shifeng's statement, Cold Shadow asked curiously, "Guild leader, how confident are you?" "Roughly 30%. Shifeng said. "Of course, that's assuming nothing unexpected happens inside the ruin." 30. Cold Shadow did a double take at Shifeng. This was already a very high success rate, considering their opponents consisted of 3,000 plus evil blood soldiers and priests. She then said, "I think we can give it a try. While it would indeed be unfortunate if we failed, in our current state, achieving further qualitative improvements in the evil god's secret land would be difficult unless we venture deeper into the inner region. However, there should be plenty of Tier 5 legendary monsters roaming there, and we don't know if we can defeat such a monster. Rather than take our chances against a legendary monster, we might as well risk our lives for a primordial ruin. It'll be a huge jackpot for us if we succeed." Tier 5 legendary monsters weren't easy opponents to defeat even if they had a Tier 5 player on their team, just like how Tier 4 players had great difficulty soloing a Tier 4 mythic monster. Moreover, a fight with a legendary monster inside the evil god's secret land would easily attract more legendary monsters. If 2 legendary monsters appeared, a team wipe was all but guaranteed. Only Shifeng might escape alive. When Blackie, Cola, and the others heard Cold Shadow's reasoning, they, too, nodded in agreement. Their team's equipment standard had improved by leaps and bounds already, and further significant improvements would be difficult within a short time. Only 8-piece level 180 epic sets and fragmented legendary items could provide them with such improvements. Upgrading fragmented legendary items into legendary items was also highly dependent on luck, as not every fragmented legendary item needed only God crystals for their upgrade. Not to mention, the drop rate of God crystals was completely random. These weren't items that could be obtained on demand. Since you all see no problem with it, let's give it a try, then, Shifeng said when he saw everyone's willingness to risk their lives. Entering the primordial ruin is actually a very straightforward process. I just need someone to attract the evil blood monster's attention. So long as a sufficient number of them get lured away, I will be able to enter the ruin. However, you must also make sure to pin down those lured monsters. Otherwise, if they flood into the ruin after me, I won't be able to do anything. Leave it to us, guild leader, Cola said, confidently patting his chest. If we 4 MTS take turns using our mock skills and life-saving skills, we can keep them busy for 5 minutes without any problem. We magical classes can also use our magic barriers to trap those monsters for some time, Xiao Yueru said, nodding. After hearing everyone's suggestions, Shifeng nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave it to you. I'll try to explore the ruin as quickly as possible." When Shifeng finished speaking, Fire Dance, Cold Shadow, and Yen Tianxing split up, moving in different directions. The 3 assassins attracted the evil blood soldiers' attention and lured them toward the appointed location. However, after attracting the attention of a certain number of evil blood soldiers, the 3 assassins had to activate their berserk skills and all sorts of life-saving skills to stay alive. Fortunately, they eventually succeeded in luring over 70% of the evil blood soldiers to the appointed location. There, Cola, Yi Wumian, Turtle Dove, and White Feather used their mock skills on the lured evil blood soldiers, forcefully shifting the monster's aggro to themselves. The 4 MTs then activated their life-saving skills and began kiting and dodging the monster's attacks. The healers standing in the distance also showered healing spells on the 4 MTs, repeatedly dragging them back from the jaws of death. Once the 4 MTs had the evil blood soldiers pinned down, Shifeng, who was hiding near the primordial ruin, entered the void and dashed toward the ruin. With the Nightwalker's cape's ability, Shifeng could cross several hundred yards with just 1 step. As if he had activated instantaneous movement several times consecutively, he crossed a distance of several thousand yards in just 2 seconds and arrived at the primordial ruin's entrance. And before the evil blood monsters standing guard there could react to his arrival, he had already dashed inside. The instant Shifeng entered the primordial ruin, the evil blood monsters in the vicinity went into a frenzy and swarmed toward him. The several evil blood priests kneeling inside the ruin's main hall also began chanting incantations and bombarded Shifeng with Tier 4 curses, one after another. However, now that Shifeng possessed a piece of legendary equipment, this degree of offensive was nothing to him. He easily evaded the oncoming attacks. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the main hall and entered the tunnel leading underground. Although he came across various magic traps along the way, they were practically non-existent to him, as he was a grandmaster magician. In less than a minute, Shifeng arrived in the primordial ruin's deepest section. The deepest part of the ruin was like an empty void. A majestic, ancient temple stood in this void. Despite the corrosion of countless years, the temple still radiated an unbelievably powerful divine might. If Shifeng had come here before reaching Tier 5, he wouldn't have been able to withstand this divine might. What a powerful temple! If I hadn't upgraded the Nightwalker's cape to legendary rank, its divine might would have had a significant effect on me. Shifeng was astonished as he looked at the temple before him. The Nightwalker's cape didn't just hide his aura. It also functioned to resist the auras of others. It acted as an isolation barrier that prevented the user's aura from interacting with other auras. However, despite the Nightwalker's cape's isolation effect, the temple's divine might still reduce Shifeng's mobility by 30%. Even a true Tier 6 god's divine might couldn't compete with this ancient temple's divine might. Apart from ancient gods, There should be no other existence capable of creating such a powerful construct. When Shi Feng arrived in front of the temple, the several hundred evil blood monsters that had been frenziedly chasing him suddenly stopped. They simply stood at a distance and worshipped the temple, none of them showing any intention of approaching it. Shi Feng sighed in relief at this sight. Now, all he needed to do was figure out how to enter the ancient temple. However, when Shi Feng entered the temple, what greeted him inside the brightly illuminated hall was the sight of a cloaked, scholarly young man. The youth was piecing together several golden tablets using magic arrays so complex that they gave Shi Feng a headache. The instant Shi Feng laid eyes on this youth, his soul shuddered. "It's you!" Shi Feng's eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at the scholarly youth. This was because this youth was none other than the mysterious youth who had caused a huge commotion in Blackwing City and bound his soul using soul chains during the early stages of the game. "Oh, it's you?" The mysterious youth was slightly surprised when he saw Shi Feng behind him. "You actually survived until now, even after getting hit by my soul chains. What a surprise." "Should I be honored that you remember me?" Shi Feng eyed the mysterious youth cautiously. Back when he encountered the mysterious youth in Blackwing City, he had already thought the NPC was extraordinary, definitely not your average Tier 5 NPC. Otherwise, this mysterious youth couldn't have escaped Blackwing City after causing such a huge scene. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. In fact, Shi Feng still couldn't glean much information from the mysterious youth despite being Tier 5 himself. The only thing he found out from inspecting the mysterious youth was that the latter was also at Tier 5. Moreover, the mysterious youth gave off a weird vibe. Shi Feng felt an inexplicable fear when standing in the youth's presence. "Not bad. Not only are you blessed by this world, but you also managed to get promoted to Tier 5 so quickly. You just barely qualify to become my puppet," the mysterious youth said, a delighted smile appearing on his face as he looked at Shi Feng, like a child who had just found a new toy. "Since you took the initiative to come find me, let me liberate you from your suffering." After saying so, the mysterious youth raised his arm and pointed a finger at Shi Feng. A black ball of mana shot toward Shi Feng. In mid-flight, the ball of mana shattered and enveloped the surrounding space in darkness. Tier 5 Curse, Dark Wonderland. Chapter 2897, Terrifying Scholar. Chapter 2897, Terrifying Scholar. Shi Feng tensed when he saw the mysterious youth's Tier 5 curse activate. He immediately unsheathed the light of two worlds and counterattacked. World Breaker! Suddenly, a blinding beam struck at the endless darkness. The two powers entangled for a moment, neither side gaining an advantage over the other until a second later. Boom! Accompanied by an explosion, an intense shock wave sent Shi Feng stumbling 2 steps back. His HP also instantly fell by over 9 million. Besides reducing Shi Feng's HP by more than 20%, the shockwave also left his entire body trembling. The hand he used to wield the light of two worlds was numb. In contrast, the mysterious youth came out unscathed from the clash. He still stood quietly in his original position. He also maintained the incomparably complex fourfold magic array he was using to manipulate the several golden tablets with his other hand throughout the attack. As expected of an existence daring enough to cause a scene in Blackwing City, he not only cast a Tier 5 curse without chanting, but even maintained such a complex magic array. While doing so, Shi Feng frowned when he looked at his trembling right arm. This was undoubtedly the most dangerous situation he had ever come across since entering God's domain. Shi Feng had long since known that the mysterious youth was incredibly powerful, and that the youth could cast Tier 5 curses without chanting. However, only after facing the youth's Tier 5 curse did he understand just how frightening the mysterious youth was. /B, if Shifeng hadn't upgraded the Light of Two Worlds, the Tier 5 curse would have killed him just now. Meanwhile, the powerful shockwave from their clash also shattered the space some distance behind the youth, revealing a woman with 8 black wings. Numerous chains bound this woman's body, and her HP was below 10%. However, despite being practically at death's door, she radiated an aura that sent shivers down Shifeng's spine. How is this possible? Shifeng was dumbfounded when he saw the 8-winged woman, a fallen angel. Moreover, a fallen archangel, a fallen angel of the highest order. Fallen angels possessed life ratings close to those of dragons. Meanwhile, fallen archangels' life ratings surpassed even that of ordinary dragons. They almost rivaled divine dragons. Yet, the mysterious youth had incapacitated a level 180 Tier 5 fallen archangel with one hand. The fallen archangel was even losing HP and gradually approaching death's door. While Shifeng was in a daze, the mysterious youth also looked with surprise at the Light of Two Worlds Shifeng wielded. It seems you are incredibly lucky. You actually got your hands on a weapon lost during the ancient era. Looking at the Light of Two Worlds, the youth evaluated calmly. It's a pity that this Light of Two Worlds is damaged. Otherwise, you might have been able to injure me with its power. Although the mysterious youth's words sounded arrogant, Shifeng did not think so at all. On the contrary, his mood grew even heavier after hearing the mysterious youth's statement. The mysterious youth could strangle even a Tier 5 fallen archangel to death. Even if the Light of Two Worlds were at its peak, Shifeng doubted he could injure the mysterious youth. After all, a weapon's performance depended heavily on its user. Shifeng had only recently reached Tier 5. He didn't even know how to go about getting promoted to Tier 6. Even if he wielded the undamaged Light of Two Worlds, he could, at most, exchange one move against a Tier 6 God-rank player who didn't possess any legendary weapons and equipment. Moreover, just like the mysterious youth had said, Shifeng was indeed very lucky. If the mysterious youth weren't focusing a significant portion of his strength on dealing with the fallen archangel guarding the temple's entrance, Shifeng would have long since died already. However, our little game ends here. I'm busy. I don't have much time to waste on you, so can you please die? The mysterious youth waved his hand in annoyance once more. This time, though, he also chanted an incantation. Shifeng sensed the mana around the temple vanishing. Moreover, it wasn't limited to just the mana in this plane of existence. Even the mana in the void was disappearing, making Shifeng feel stifled. In the meantime, silver magic arrays appeared, one after another, before the mysterious youth's hand, layering to create a fourfold magic array. The Tier 5 curse space-time disintegrator. Shifeng's complexion darkened like never before when he saw the gradually forming fourfold magic array. There were significant differences even among Tier 5 curses. Dark Wonderland was a Tier 5 intermediate curse, but the space-time disintegrator was a Tier 5 peak curse. This attack could heavily injure even a Tier 6 god if it landed. Die! The mysterious youth gently pushed the fourfold magic array with his free hand. Suddenly, the space in front of Shifeng began distorting and disintegrating. With the Tier 5 curse's speed and AoE, Shifeng had no way to dodge or escape it in time. Moreover, even a Tier 5 defensive curse wouldn't have the power to stop this attack. Don't even think of killing me so easily. Looking at the oncoming attack, Shifeng gritted his teeth and took out the greatest trump card in his bag, the Dragon Summoning Flute. He then injected the 3,000 advanced magic cores he had prepared into the flute. Immediately, space around Shifeng began distorting as well. 5 gigantic figures flew out of the warp and instantly occupied a significant portion of the space around the ancient temple. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, The sight of 5 level 180, tier 5 dragons entered Shifeng's eyes. The brief invulnerability Shifeng received from using the dragon's summoning flute had helped him resist the space-time disintegration, allowing him to survive the ordeal. However, Shifeng's situation did not change for the better even after the 5 dragons appeared. When the mysterious youth looked at the 5 tier 5 dragons, his expression remained completely unfazed, as if only 5 harmless lizards had appeared in front of him. He placed no importance whatsoever on their existence. The scholar. This summoner has found a troublesome opponent for us. B. If I knew this would happen, I would never have agreed to the dragon's summoning flutes contract. This is a massive loss. The 5 dragons, with bodies measuring several hundred meters in length, revealed traces of frustration and helplessness in their eyes when they saw the mysterious youth. Their voices also carried hints of dissatisfaction directed at Shifeng. Meanwhile, after briefly scanning the 5 dragons, the mysterious youth asked calmly, "Are you 5 going to become my enemies?" "Scholar, how about we talk this out? If you help us fulfill our contract by letting this heaven-blessed individual go, then we won't have to clash," the leading bronze dragon said. The bronze dragon's suggestion completely ignored Shifeng's will. However, Shifeng didn't have any opinions on it either. He simply observed the mysterious youth and awaited the latter's decision. Is he one of the 3 existences Phoenix Rain warned me to avoid? As Shifeng scrutinized the mysterious youth, he faintly understood why Phoenix Rain had given him such a warning. The mysterious youth's strength was simply unbelievable. Shifeng couldn't even inspect his level. Moreover, even tier 6 gods would have a headache when facing 5 tier 5 dragons. Nevertheless, the mysterious youth showed no reaction whatsoever. When the bronze dragon made its suggestion, the mysterious youth remained unchanged. In a calm tone, he asked, "Do you think that's possible? You are merely a bunch of ghosts from the past, yet you dare speak conditions with me?" After saying so, the mysterious youth took action. A golden staff appeared in his hands, and Shifeng's pupils shrank at the sight of this weapon. This was because Shifeng was incredibly familiar with the golden staff. The World Staff, one of God's domain's 10 great legendary weapons. It seems a battle is inevitable. The bronze dragon sighed, helplessly. It then looked at Shifeng and said, "Once the fight begins, find an opportunity to escape. The 5 of us can't stop him for long. Outside this secret land, he cannot act without restraint. So long as you get out, he'll have a much more difficult time dealing with you." After the bronze dragon finished speaking, the 4 other dragons unleashed their auras. All 5 dragons were prepared to duke it out with the mysterious youth, act without restraint. The bronze dragon's words clued Shifeng in on the mysterious youth's weakness. The mysterious youth most likely couldn't act freely in the outside world due to certain restrictions. This would also explain why he had fled Blackwing City previously instead of clashing with Charlene. Logically, with the mysterious youth's strength, he shouldn't fear Charlene. After all, the mysterious youth remained fearless and still insisted on killing Shifeng despite facing off against 5 tier 5 dragons. Yet, he had fled Blackwing City back then. However, before Shifeng could properly process the information, the 5 dragons began clashing with the mysterious youth. The dragons did not hold anything back, utilizing their breath attacks right off the bat. Meanwhile, the mysterious youth waved his staff. A barrier appeared before him, stopping the breath attacks completely. As a result, the 2 sides entered a stalemate. "You damnable things! If I wasn't occupied with something important here, do you think you 5 little bastards can stand up against me?" The mysterious youth grew dissatisfied when he saw the stalemate. Ignoring the mysterious youth's words, the leading bronze dragon shouted at Shifeng, "Run now!" Although the 5 dragons had pinned down the mysterious youth with their breath attacks, the mysterious youth's barrier was also steadily advancing toward the dragons. He held a clear advantage over the dragons. "Do I leave?" Shifeng hesitated as he looked at the mysterious youth and the golden tablets beside him. He had a hunch that if he let the mysterious youth achieve his goal, something very troublesome would happen in the near future. He might even get swept up in this big problem. Despite facing the all-out attacks of 5 Tier 5 dragons, the mysterious youth still split a significant portion of his attention into manipulating the golden tablets to unravel the divine runes wrapped around the fallen archangel. Shifeng was certain that the fallen archangel had a big secret hidden on her body. Screw it! Gritting his teeth, Shifeng chose to spend his legacy skill points to learn the Tier 5 legacy skill Returning Blade, the sole Tier 5 Berserk skill available to him. Even after players reached Tier 5 in God's domain, the legacy skill points they earned through leveling up wouldn't be enough to learn even one Tier 5 legacy skill. Typically, they would still need to accumulate more points through quests. Fortunately, Shifeng had acquired a lot of legacy skill points from handing Beast Emperor over to the War God's Temple. Those, combined with his leftover points, were just enough to learn one Tier 5 legacy skill. Shifeng had previously chosen not to learn a Tier 5 legacy skill, first to have more options in future predicaments. However, he no longer had the luxury of waiting. Immediately after learning Returning Blade, Shifeng activated the Berserk skill, causing the light of 2 worlds he wielded to vibrate and let out a low hum. Simultaneously, incomparable power flowed into Shifeng's body, elevating his basic attributes and life rating to a whole other level. The next moment, Shifeng's strength attribute broke through the 200,000 threshold. His HP also exceeded 100 million. Now, even if he didn't rival Tier 6 God-ranked experts, he was very close already. 30 seconds. I need to foil his plans in 30 seconds. If I fail to do so, I must leave immediately. After taking a look at Returning Blade's description, Shifeng found that the skill had a 45-second duration and a cooldown of 1 natural day. He estimated that escaping the evil god's secret land within 15 seconds shouldn't be difficult with his current basic attributes. After thinking up to this point, Shifeng charged straight toward the restricted fallen archangel. Shifeng didn't have the slightest thought of dealing with the mysterious youth. If even 5 level 180 Tier 5 dragons were helpless against the mysterious youth, then his chances were even less. The only thing he could do in this situation was kill the fallen archangel and foil the mysterious youth's plans. After all, he had long since formed an irreconcilable grudge with the mysterious youth. If he didn't kill the mysterious youth, or the mysterious youth did not take the initiative to dissolve the soul chains binding his soul, he would still perish sooner or later, despite being a Tier 5 player. In that case, he might as well use this opportunity to weaken the mysterious youth. For all he knew, he might even get to live longer. "You bastard!" The mysterious youth's complexion sank when he saw what Shifeng was trying to do. Immediately, he began chanting an incantation. Tier 5 curse, dark space. Numerous pitch-black chains emerged from the space above the temple and shot toward Shifeng, preventing him from approaching the fallen archangel. Upon seeing the several hundred chains raining down toward him, Shifeng immediately activated divine steps. Suddenly, 36 doppelgangers emerged from Shifeng's body and dashed toward the fallen archangel from different directions. As these doppelgangers were invulnerable to attacks, and Shifeng could swap positions with any of them at any time, the mysterious youth had a headache dealing with Shifeng. Catching Shifeng alone, using several hundred chains, might be easy, but catching 37 individuals of Shifeng's caliber was not. In less than 2 seconds, one of Shifeng's doppelgangers reached the fallen archangel and executed an attack. However, before the doppelganger's attack could connect, several dozen chains immediately bound its body. Afterward, 6 more doppelgangers arrived before the fallen archangel, and the several dozen chains in the vicinity were insufficient to stop all of them. In the end, one of the doppelgangers successfully evaded the chains and executed a ruthless attack on the fallen archangel. The moment the doppelganger's sword was about to connect, Shifeng, who had been preparing for an attack in the distance, swapped positions with this doppelganger. Second sword, Holy Devour. Now that Shifeng had a life rating and basic attributes close to rivaling Tier 6 God rank players, he could perfectly execute Holy Devour. The next moment, scorching flames capable of devouring even space itself enveloped the defenseless fallen archangel. -5,416,540,1,412. A damage value exceeding 5. For billion appeared above the fallen archangel's head as she lost more than 2% of her HP. This development ignited some hope in Shifeng. "You little bastard, you've angered me now." A cold gleam flashed in the mysterious youth's eyes as he shook his staff. The barrier he summoned shoved back the 5 dragons' dragon breath completely, and the golden staff he wielded released a blinding radiance. Then, the space around the fallen archangel shattered. Countless beams of light shot out of the shattered space and pierced every one of Shifeng's doppelgangers, leaving an irrecoverable wound on them. If Shifeng hadn't swapped positions with his distant doppelganger immediately, he would have most likely lost his life to this attack. However, Shifeng did not stop despite this situation. Without hesitation, he used the light of 2 worlds' spatial slash. Shifeng swung his blade, his attack instantly cutting through the fallen archangel. The attack was so fast that the mysterious youth, whom the 5 dragons pinned down, failed to stop it. Meanwhile, this attack had reaped nearly 3% of the fallen archangel's HP. "That's enough from you?" The mysterious youth began chanting another incantation for a defensive curse when he saw the fallen archangel's dwindling HP die. Knowing that once the mysterious youth completed his incantation, all hope of success would be lost, Shifeng immediately executed the strongest move his mana technique had to offer. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Third Sword, Holy Annihilation. Holy Annihilation was an unostentatious technique. There was no giant blade of light or a scorching sea of flames. All that could be seen was Shifeng executing a simple downward slash. However, when this modest slash connected, it plundered all of the fallen archangel's remaining HP. Following the fallen archangel's death, Shifeng's level skyrocketed, and several hundred items appeared around her corpse. The mysterious youth's eyes turned bloodshot, and he went into a frenzy. Shifeng immediately grabbed a few of the strongest items he saw, swapped positions with his doppelganger again, entered the void, and dashed for the temple's exit. Chapter 2898, Mana Advances. Chapter 2898, Mana Advances. The instant Shifeng made for the temple's exit, the mysterious youth took action. Now that the mysterious youth no longer had most of his strength and attention tied up with the fallen archangel, he had recovered to his peak condition. With a wave of his staff, he summoned 3 fourfold magic arrays around him. Tier 5 Curse, World Severance. Tier 5 Curse, Space-Time Seal. Tier 5 Curse, Holy Spirit Collapse. Triple Silent Casting. Shifeng was thunderstruck when he saw the 3 magic arrays. In God's domain, the difficulty of silent casting a spell increased along with the tier of the spell. Even Tier 5 Divine Mages would have difficulty silent casting one Tier 5 spell, while double silent casting Tier 5 spells was something only the best among Tier 5 magical classes could accomplish. Moreover, this applied only to Tier 5 spells, not Tier 5 curses. Only Tier 6 gods could double silent cast Tier 5 curses. As for triple silent casting Tier 5 curses, Shi Feng had no recollection of anyone ever accomplishing this feat in his previous life. Nevertheless, the mysterious youth had accomplished this feat before Shi Feng could reach the exit. He suddenly found himself immobilized inside the void. In the end, not only was he forced to exit the void, but his mobility was also severely restricted by the surrounding space. A distorted barrier enveloped the entire temple hall. 6 pillars of light then appeared around Shi Feng, forming an intricate magic array that caged him. Afterward, the ground lit up with a divine glow, causing the mana within the affected space to disintegrate rapidly. Just as the mysterious youth was about to obliterate Shi Feng, the 5 dragons simultaneously chanted an incantation in the language of dragons. A 5-colored disk of light formed around Shi Feng, isolating him from the outside world. Boom! When the divine light dissipated, Shi Feng remained perfectly intact. However, the brightness of the disk of light protecting him had dimmed significantly as a result. Evidently, it could withstand only a limited number of attacks from the mysterious youth's Holy Spirit collapse. It wasn't an invincible defensive spell. The mysterious youth glared at the 5 dragons hatefully and said coldly, "A futile struggle. All of you will die here today." After saying so, the mysterious youth waved his staff, and the space within the temple darkened. Countless dark purple chains emerged from the void and instantly bound 3 of the 5 dragons, thoroughly immobilizing them. Only the leading bronze dragon and a fire dragon had managed to evade the chain's initial assault by relying on their skills. Shi Feng had also managed to evade the chains, thanks to his 36 doppelgangers. However, now that chain surrounded the entire hall, he was in a tight spot. With world severance and space-time seal acting on the hall, even a Tier 6 God-rank player would have trouble breaking out, let alone a Tier 5 player like Shi Feng. It's all or nothing. Looking at the nearby distorted barrier, Shi Feng gritted his teeth and used the light of 2 worlds' second skill, Golden Soul. After he had reached Tier 5, the skill had also undergone a qualitative transformation. Instead of providing a boost to his perception and control of mana, it now upgraded the quality of his soul. Activating the skill would grant him a soul bordering that of Tier 6 gods. However, activating this skill came with risks. When activated at Tier 5, Golden Soul would leave his soul in a weakened state for a short period once the skill's duration ended. A side effect like this would significantly impact a player's performance. This made Golden Soul a skill reserved for last-ditch stands. After Shi Feng activated Golden Soul, his perception of the world around him changed completely. As if he was a 3-dimensional being looking at a 2-dimensional world, he could see everything around him with incredible clarity. The ambient mana also became an extension of his body, and he could freely manipulate it at will. It was much better than when he manipulated it using his mana domain. He had finally reached the level of actually manipulating mana. Immediately, Shi Feng brandished the light of 2 worlds at the distorted barrier before him. Third sword, Holy Annihilation. Compared to the Holy Annihilation Shi Feng executed before, the one he executed now had undergone a heaven-defying transformation. Now, even the space around him had become one with his sword. He felt as if he was swinging space itself at the distorted barrier. Boom! The distorted barrier shook violently from Shi Feng's Holy Annihilation. A small crack also appeared on the barrier, although the barrier quickly repaired this damage. Now, this is the true Holy Annihilation. I was mistaken when I tried to guide ambient mana using my own mana. Instead, I should have converted the ambient mana into my own mana. Only by doing so can I maximize my attack's power. Shi Feng didn't despair when he saw the distorted barrier repairing itself. On the contrary, excitement burned within him. He finally understood how to progress to the next step of mana manipulation. Initially, he had used his own mana to force ambient mana into doing his bidding, an incredibly crude method of manipulating mana. Afterward, he had learned to guide ambient mana into doing his bidding. While this method had indeed significantly increased the power he could exert, it still wasn't the best method of utilizing ambient mana. Instead, the optimal way of utilizing mana was to convert ambient mana into his own mana. However, accomplishing this feat was easier said than done. Firstly, players needed to have an in-depth understanding of mana's operating principles. Secondly, players' concentration needed to be close to the Tier 6 standard. Only by having a near-solid mental could players perfectly integrate their mana with the ambient mana. Players needed to have such a powerful concentration that they could project their will beyond their physical bodies and exert it over the mana surrounding them. Thirdly, players needed the ability to multitask to the extreme. The more mana players tried to influence, the more multitasking they had to do. If players wished to improve their ability to integrate and manipulate ambient mana, they had to keep refining their understanding of mana to reduce the mental burden from controlling mana. Meanwhile, after finding a clear path of advancement, Shi Feng began frenziedly executing Holy Annihilation against the distorted barrier. Every time he executed Holy Annihilation, his control over mana also became increasingly smoother. Simultaneously, admiration for the heavenly blue Saint Eliade filled his heart. Holy Annihilation's use of mana far exceeded the basic standard. The basic use of mana only allowed one to create inanimate objects like the mana bridge. However, Eliade's usage allowed her to create living objects. Her technique, Holy Annihilation, basically modified ambient mana into a true extension of the body. If Shi Feng hadn't reached the Grandmaster Magician standard, he would have never understood this concept. After he gained this understanding, every subsequent Holy Annihilation he executed was more powerful than the previous one. By the time he had executed 24 attacks, the colorful disk of light was close to dissipating. Fortunately, he had finally achieved a breakthrough. The next time Shi Feng executed Holy Annihilation, a white light enveloped the world around him. Mana, space, and even the void disappeared. The next moment, a 30-meter-long gash appeared in the previously invincible barrier. The barrier failed to repair the damage and collapsed. So, this is what it feels like to employ the advanced method of using mana. Shi Feng was startled when he saw the barrier generated by World Severance crumble. The attack he just executed had undoubtedly reached the Tier 6 standard, far stronger than even an attack using the light of Two Worlds' World Breaker. However, after executing this attack, Shi Feng felt his mind stagnate slightly. In his current state, he definitely couldn't execute the complete Holy Annihilation. Unless he upgraded his concentration to the Tier 6 standard, he could only keep this move as a trump card. As the distorted barrier shattered, the mysterious youth finally restricted all 5 dragons. He then sent his remaining chains after Shi Feng. Upon seeing this, Shi Feng promptly activated Void Shield, his last trump card, increasing his movement speed by 300%. Even under the suppression of the mysterious youth's space-time seal, he still managed to escape from the temple instantly and flee the primordial ruin. However, the mysterious youth did not give up. Several hundred dark purple chains relentlessly tried to hinder Shi Feng's escape. Every collision with a chain inflicted over 10 million damage. If not for Void Shield's protection, he would have died after receiving a few hits. After exiting the primordial ruin, Shi Feng contacted Zero Wings members, who were close to dying to the evil blood monsters, and commanded them to leave the evil god's secret land immediately. If they got caught by the mysterious youth's chains, they couldn't die even if they wanted to. Although everyone was confused by Shi Feng's command, they still obeyed it without hesitation, and were out of the evil god's secret land in no time. As for Shifeng, because the mysterious youth's space-time seal stopped affecting him after he left the primordial ruin, none of the dark purple chains could do anything to him. In less than 10 seconds, he exited the secret land. 2 seconds later, the mysterious youth appeared by the secret land's exit with an indescribably cold light in his eyes. When the mysterious youth failed to kill Shifeng, the restrained, leading bronze dragon laughed and said, "Scholar, how pitiful of you! Not only did your many years of planning come to naught, but you even let the cause of your failure escape. So what if he escaped? Do you think I can't do anything to him outside?" The mysterious youth did not get angered by the bronze dragon's words. Sending a calm glance at the bronze dragon, he said, "I will settle his debt with me eventually. So long as he is inside this cage, he will not escape my hands. I will also escape this cage sooner or later." After saying so, the mysterious youth waved his staff and turned the 5 dragons into ash. On the other side, Shifeng finally arrived back in the city lord's mansion's control room. After staring at the evil god's secret land's entrance for some time, he breathed out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, seeing as there's no reaction after all this time, I should be fine now. Shifeng did not wish to meet the mysterious youth a third time. The mysterious youth's combat power exceeded common sense. If not for the 5 dragons' assistance, Shifeng would have perished just now. "Guild leader, what did you do inside the ruin? How are you level 172 already?" Fire Dance asked in confusion after seeing Shifeng exit the secret land. Shifeng had only been level 167 when he entered the primordial ruin, yet he was now level 172. He had gained 5 whole levels in a matter of minutes. His leveling speed was out of this world. When Shifeng took a look at his own level, he, too, was slightly surprised. He never thought that killing a level 180, tier 5 fallen archangel would grant so much EXP. Not to mention, he hadn't killed the fallen archangel by himself. What he had done was basically kill steal, so he hadn't received all of the EXP the fallen archangel granted. Yet, he still leveled up 5 times. Through this, he could tell just how powerful the fallen archangel was. If he had come across her under normal circumstances, he would have died without a doubt. You killed a level 180, tier 5 fallen archangel. Guild leader, you're not lying to us, right? That's a fallen archangel we're talking about. Everyone was momentarily stunned when they heard Shifeng's explanation. They couldn't help doubting his words. Fallen archangels were existences rivaling divine dragons. A tier 5 fallen archangel was an existence standing at the apex of the current god's domain. A tier 5 player would be fortunate to escape a tier 5 fallen archangel, let alone kill one. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, of course not. Shifeng chuckled when he saw the skeptical looks they all gave him. What good would lying to you do? Moreover, I also grabbed some items that fallen archangel dropped. After saying so, Shifeng took out the 4 items he looted from the fallen archangel. As soon as he did so, the mana in the control room froze, and everyone gasped inadvertently. They all felt their hearts palpitating in fear in the presence of the 4 items, and they stumbled back despite themselves. Meanwhile, after Shifeng took a look at one of the items he took out of his bag, he, too, was stunned. Astonishment filled his eyes as he stared at the rainbow-colored crystal ball before him. An ancient god's eye. Chapter 2899. Ancient God's Legacy. Chapter 2899. Ancient God's Legacy. When Shifeng brought out the ancient god's eye, he wasn't the only one surprised by the item's identity. Cold Shadow, who stood nearby, also widened her eyes in shock. She couldn't help looking at Shifeng, who had acquired this item, as if he was some kind of alien. An ancient god. Ancient gods were the oldest gods in God's domain. They were existences that had come into being along with God's domain. The many gods of later generations only managed to gain their strength because of the legacies from these ancient gods. However, after God's domain transitioned from the primordial era to the ancient era, ancient gods had suddenly disappeared from the world. In the modern era, barely any records mentioned ancient gods. However, according to those found in the modern era's libraries, a large part of the reason humans managed to rise up during ancient times was the ancient gods' legacies, which allowed the human race to give birth to many gods. Although the rainbow crystal ball Shurfong held was named an ancient god's eye, it wasn't actually an eyeball. Instead, it was an ancient god's legacy. It was a legacy that could help players reach Tier 6. It was much stronger than the legacies of ordinary gods. No wonder that mysterious youth wanted to deal with the fallen archangel, let alone a Tier 5 existence. Even Tier 6 gods would covet an ancient god's eye. Realization dawned upon Shurfong as he looked at the crystal ball he held. Ancient god's eye, divine artifact rank, consumable. This is a legacy item left behind by an ancient god. It records the ancient god's many legacies. Each activation of the ancient gods eye requires 1,007 luminaries crystals. It can be activated up to 9 times. Once the activation limit is reached, all information recorded within the ancient gods eye will disappear. Current usage count: 0 out of all the legacies available in God's domain. An ancient god's legacy belonged to the strongest category. If a player managed to grasp even a portion of the legacy, becoming a Tier 6 god wouldn't be difficult. If a player managed to grasp a significant portion, becoming a god was practically inevitable. It was no exaggeration to say that this single ancient god's eye was worth more than 10 legendary weapons and the loss of the dragon's summoning flute. However, Shurfong quickly suppressed his excitement and turned his attention to the 3 other items he looted. Although these 3 items were not as powerful as the ancient gods' eye, they still radiated incredibly potent divine might. Even Fire Dance felt pressured by them. What more the other Tier 4 players present? That mysterious youth definitely won't let me off the hook after this. Shurfong chuckled when he saw the 3 other items' identities. All 3 items were extraordinary. 2 were inferior divine artifact, ranked materials, and 1 was an inferior divine artifact, ranked consumable. One of the 2 materials was even a divine power source. As for the consumable, it was the ancient god's blood, an item that could elevate a non-player creature's growth potential and life rating. It was undoubtedly the most powerful enhancement item Shurfong had ever seen in God's domain. The total value of the 4 items Shurfong got from killing the fallen archangel was something he couldn't get even if he killed 3 or 4 Tier 6 gods. Shurfong was also certain that these were all items that mysterious youth wanted. Now that he had acquired them instead, the mysterious youth would definitely take action against him at all costs. After a brief silence fell in the hall, Fire Dance reported to Shurfong, "Guild leader, according to Liang Jing, the Outer Worlds NPC army has arrived on the eastern continent. Currently, it has split into 6 groups of over 30,000 Tier 4 NPCs and 4 million Tier 3 NPCs each. All of these NPCs are above level 150. As we expected, one of these groups is marching toward the Twin Towers Kingdom and Starmoon Kingdom. At their current speed, it'll only take them another 3 or 4 days to reach the Twin Towers Kingdom's vicinity. In the case of the Outer World superpowers, their forces have already gathered outside the Twin Towers Kingdom. They have even dispatched many scouting teams to invade the kingdom, and the kingdom's forces have already clashed with these scouting teams. Although the 2 sides are at a stalemate now, it is only a matter of time before the kingdom's side loses. According to Melancholic's investigations, Starlink and many other superpowers are offering excellent incentives to independent experts to have them head to the Dark Knight Empire and the Black Dragon Empire. They plan to resist the outer world forces together with the two empires. Because of this, many independent experts have decided to abandon Twin Towers and Starmoon. When Fire Dance finished speaking, Cold Shadow frowned and said, "How foolish these people are. Sticking with an empire's defensive line might be a good choice, but abandoning all resistance in the various kingdoms will inflict a severe loss to the various kingdoms' armies. All they're doing is giving the outer world forces an advantage." Unlike for players, resurrection was a very troublesome process for NPCs. The outer world's NPC army wasn't endless either. Hence, if players worked together to defend the various kingdoms, repelling the outer world forces was entirely possible. In the worst-case scenario, they could, at least, weaken the outer world forces. Abandoning the various kingdoms outright and choosing to fight a decisive battle at the defensive lines of empires was an absolutely foolish decision. However, Surefoam wasn't too surprised by this situation. Calmly, he said, "This is normal. Although players can recover the levels they lose with a little effort, finding replacements for the weapons and equipment they lose is very difficult. Given a choice, they will naturally prefer a more stable battle. Not to mention, with Starlink and the other superpowers' interference, it's only natural for independent players to abandon resisting in kingdoms and choose to fight in empires instead." In his previous life, the most astonishing aspect of a war between countries wasn't the number of player deaths. Instead, it was the weapons and equipment lost. Many kingdoms and empires had suffered annihilation because the player forces in those countries had depleted their stockpile of weapons and equipment. As a result, the players of those countries became weaker and weaker as they fought. In the end, they could only watch their enemies annex their nations bit by bit until the country disappeared completely. The current War of Worlds was a similar situation. After realizing this fact, all Starlink and the various superpowers needed to do was put out appropriate bait, and the various independent players would automatically swarm to the bait. "Guild leader, how about I bring the main force to the Twin Towers Kingdom and participate in the battle there?" Kola suggested. "I refuse to believe that we can't kill a bunch of scouting teams. So long as we secure a few victories, I believe many players will be willing to stay and fight with us." Although Kola didn't understand much about battles on the scale of countries, he knew that without the support of a large number of independent players, the Twin Towers Kingdom and Starmoon Kingdom would fall to the outer world forces. The reason many independent experts were abandoning the two kingdoms was simply their belief that defending against the outer world forces in an empire would be easier. Meanwhile, all Zero Wing needed to do was suppress and repel the outer world players plaguing the Twin Towers Kingdom. Then, the independent players who had left would see hope for successfully defending the kingdom. Once that happened, they would definitely return to help in the kingdom's defense. After all, abandoning one's roots and restarting development in a foreign country wasn't easy. That won't be necessary. Surefoam shook his head. Smiling calmly, he said, "Dealing with those scouting teams will only be a waste of time. If we're going to do something, we should go for something bigger." "Bigger?" Kola parroted in confusion. "Fire, bring a team and look into the Twin Towers Kingdom's current situation. Make sure to find the base camp of the Outer World players invading the Twin Towers Kingdom. Once you do, notify me immediately." Surefoam instructed. When Cold Shadow heard Shurfeng's words, she turned to Surefoam with a stunned look. "Guild leader, are you thinking of wiping them out?" Nodding, Surefoam said earnestly, "Of course. If Starlink and the other superpowers want to waste their time, let them. However, Zero Wing doesn't have that much time to waste. The real role of high-end combatants wasn't in defending strongholds, but attacking the enemy's core combatants. In his previous life, any player force that dared to gather their troops into one big army was simply asking for death. However, be it the Eastern Continent's players or the Outer Worlds players, neither had a clear understanding of truly large-scale battles in God's domain yet. They were still acting as if they were playing traditional virtual reality games, entirely ignorant of just how much power a single individual could wield. "I'll head out right away." Fire Dance grew excited at Shifeng's affirmation. After saying so, Fire Dance activated a guild transfer scroll and teleported to the guild residence at Sky Spring City. As for everyone else present, Shifeng had them take a break and dismissed them. After all, their continuous battles in the evil god's secret land had taken a huge toll on their minds and bodies. After settling his affairs here, Shifeng made his way to the City Lord's mansion's secret room to rest and recuperate. Shifeng had exhausted his concentration during his fight with the mysterious youth. Now, even his soul was in a weakened state. To recover quickly, he had to rest in the City Lord's mansion's underground secret room, which held the densest mana in ancient Rock City. This environment should be enough. Now, all I need to do is recover my concentration. After setting up a simple mana-gathering magic array, Shifeng took out a crystal of souls from his bag and ate it. Immediately, a wave of comfort spread across his soul. Once his soul had fully recovered, Shifeng fished the ancient god's eye from his bag. He then took out 1,007 luminaries crystals from his dwindling stockpile and injected them into the ancient god's eye. During his fight with the mysterious youth, Shifeng had come to understand just how feeble he was. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU now that Shifeng had the threat of the mysterious youth and the outer world forces looming over him, it was best if he increased his strength as quickly as possible. Hence, he did not intend to strengthen himself before receiving the legacy guidance in the ancient god's eye. Instead, he would inherit it now to maximize his current strengths. After Shifeng injected the 1,007 luminaries crystals, the ancient god's eye suddenly released purple fumes, which gradually seeped into his body and merged with his soul. The moment his soul came into contact with the purple fumes, Shifeng suffered a splitting headache and an unprecedented heat spread throughout his body. He felt as if someone was trying to cram an endless amount of knowledge into his brain, and his brain was working overtime and heating up as it tried to process all this information. This sensation lasted for several minutes before it gradually dissipated. When all of the purple fumes from the ancient gods I had merged with Shifeng's soul, the legacy guidance finally ended. Chapter 2900 Legendary Weapon. Chapter 2900 Legendary Weapon. Even after the purple fumes in the secret room disappeared, Shifeng remained seated, unmoving like a statue. Only after more than a dozen minutes had gone by did he slowly open his eyes and take a deep breath. How close! Shifeng celebrated inwardly as he looked at the ancient god's eye. Had my concentration not reached the Tier 5 immediate standard already, I would have most likely failed to absorb 100% of the legacy guidance. The ancient gods, I conveyed a massive amount of information. If his soul hadn't recovered to peak condition, he wouldn't have been able to accept all of the information. Meanwhile, if he missed out on even a small portion of the legacy, he would have failed and obtained nothing at all. But this is a surprise. I never thought that the key factor in getting promoted to Tier 6 would be 7 luminaries crystals. Shifeng sighed as he recalled the information he received. 7 luminaries crystals had always been a rare resource in God's domain, and this was true even in the ancient era. Although Shifeng had long since known that all organizations with Tier 6 God-ranked experts would frenziedly collect 7 luminaries crystals, he had thought that they had done so mainly to exchange for the Green God Company's products and construct their personal virtual space in God's domain. He never imagined 7 luminaries crystals had such a use as well. Now, Shifeng slightly regretted selling his 7 luminaries crystals. According to the ancient god's legacy, apart from having Tier 6 concentration and an excellent grasp of the world's laws, players seeking to get promoted to Tier 6 also needed an enormous amount of 7 luminaries crystals to construct a divine body. Each attempt at creating a divine body required at least 50,000 7 luminaries crystals. Moreover, this was only for the most common divine body. According to the ancient god's legacy, divine bodies had 2 categories: ordinary divine bodies and superior divine bodies. Ordinary divine bodies were the most common in God's domain. Over 99% of gods and God-ranked players had an ordinary divine body. Superior divine bodies, on the other hand, were much rarer. The divine bodies of the 3 goddesses rumored to have saved God's domain, as well as those of the war god, the god slayer, and many ancient gods, were at this level. Superior divine bodies were that rare because their creation required an individual to have ultimate mastery over a certain world law. This was also why individuals titled saints possessed the strength to contend against gods. Saints were mortals who had achieved ultimate mastery over a certain world law, but did not become gods. In addition to this requirement, constructing a superior divine body cost 100,000 7 luminaries crystals. And worse, players would lose all of the invested crystals if they failed even once. In contrast, the construction of an ordinary divine body occurred in stages. Even if players failed, they would lose only the crystals they invested in that particular stage. This gradual method also allowed them to know where they went wrong. However, that wasn't the case for the construction of a superior divine body, which was an all-or-nothing attempt. Players were required to spend all 100,000 7 luminaries crystals in one fell swoop to construct their divine bodies. If they succeeded, then good. If not, then all of the 7 luminaries crystals they invested would disappear. Currently, though, Shifeng couldn't afford even the construction of an ordinary divine body. For current player forces, 7 luminaries crystals are merely a commodity for the construction of personal virtual spaces or the acquisition of resources from the Green God Company. It shouldn't be difficult to obtain a large amount right now. Shifeng fell into deep thought as he recalled the information from the ancient god's legacy. Constructing an ordinary divine body shouldn't be a tough challenge, but a superior divine body is still far out of my reach. Achieving ultimate mastery in one world law is already extremely difficult. Not to mention, I also need to create the divine body itself. From the information he inherited, Shifeng already knew what a world law was. The so-called world law was basically a type of advanced usage over the various mana elements. An example would be the Heavenly Blue Saint's mana technique, Holy Annihilation. However, only after one could manipulate the various elements of mana at an advanced standard would one master a world law. Simply being able to execute Holy Annihilation didn't cut it. Currently, apart from his inadequate concentration standard, so long as Shifeng collected enough 7 luminaries crystals, he could already get promoted to Tier 6. The Heavenly Blue Saint's world law was the law of destruction, which covered the destruction of everything, even the most basic elements of mana. This was why Shifeng managed to break through the mysterious youth's space-time seal and world severance with Holy Annihilation. Had Holy Annihilation been based on any other world law, he wouldn't have escaped the evil god's secret land with his life. The bottleneck many demigods faced after mastering a world law was in the creation process of a superior divine body. This was because there were many methods to create a superior divine body, with the core principle being the integration of the mastered world law into their divine body. Of course, while this problem was incredibly challenging for others, the difficulty for Shifeng had been reduced significantly. The ancient god's legacy he absorbed recorded a basic flowchart for creating a superior divine body. So long as he followed this flowchart, his success rate would increase by 30 to 40%. One could say that the most important information recorded in the ancient god's legacy was this flowchart. Roughly 90% of the recorded information was related to it. In fact, 90% out of this 90% was the superior divine body's flowchart itself. This was also the amazing aspect of the ancient god's legacy. It was completely different from an ordinary god's legacy. While I currently don't have any methods to improve my concentration, I can focus on achieving ultimate mastery over the law of destruction. Although Shifeng wasn't yet confident of creating a superior divine body, he was optimistic about his chances of gaining ultimate mastery in a world law. After all, he could already utilize holy annihilation. So long as he perfected his use of the technique, he should reach ultimate mastery in the law of destruction. Moreover, his world authority had already reached level 1. He would have a much easier time perfecting the holy annihilation technique than other players. After Shifeng finished processing the information from the ancient god's eye, he took out the divine power source he had obtained. Shifeng grew a little hesitant as he looked at this divine power source. According to the ancient god's legacy, divine power sources were birthed by the world and carried the world's power. They were incredibly useful in helping one understand world laws. In other words, by merging the divine power source with his body using a special technique, he could elevate his world authority. This would, in turn, allow him to understand world laws more easily. The ancient god's legacy also recorded this integration technique. Now that war is imminent, I should prioritize increasing my strength above all else. Gritting his teeth, Shifeng had the light of two worlds absorb the divine power source. Shifeng still wasn't fully confident of defending the Twin Towers Kingdom and Starmoon Kingdom against the Outer World forces. After all, his enemies weren't limited to just the Outer World's players. He also had to face the Outer World's NPCs. While the Outer World NPCs might not have Tier 6 gods in their ranks, they were bound to have quite a few Tier 5 NPCs. And in the case of Tier 5 NPCs, so long as their status in society was sufficiently high, acquiring a legendary weapon or equipment wouldn't be difficult. Take the Branch Temple Lord of Starmoon Kingdom's War God's Temple, for example. Despite being a Tier 4, he owned 2 legendary items. Meanwhile, the difference between having and not having a legendary weapon or equipment was massive for Tier 5 NPCs. Once the light of two worlds perfectly absorbed the icy cold tree branch Shifeng held, it released a dazzling golden glow. The divine runes on the weapon's blade also lit up gradually. After several minutes, the divine runes on the sword's blade and hilt connected and became one. Boom! The next moment, the light of two worlds released a pulse of energy that made Shifeng stumble. The magic barrier enveloping the secret room also shuddered violently and nearly crumbled, as expected of one of the 10 great legendary weapons. It's strong. Shifeng was stunned when he read the Light of Two Worlds' details displayed before him. Light of Two Worlds, one-handed sword, legendary rank, equipment requirement, strength 20,000, tier 3 attack power, 450% of strength, attack speed 4% of agility. All attributes increases according to the user's level. When equipped, attacks gain the mana annihilation effect, causing a spatial collapse in an area of 4 by 100 yards. Attacks have a 50% chance to deal 300% damage. Attacks have a 20% chance to deal 500% damage. Attacks deal 300% damage to targets under Tier 6. Attacks carry the mana destabilization effect. Strength increased by 240%. Agility increased by 210%. Intelligence increased by 180%. Endurance increased by 60%. Attack speed increased by 200%. Ignore levels plus 100. All sword type skills plus 2 level, up to Tier 6 peak. Power of all attacks increased by 2 ranks, up to Tier 6 peak. Effect of mana increased by 150%. Additional passive skill, World Power. Increases the user's life rating. Additional active skill, 1 Spatial Slash. Tier 646 attacks. Increases strength by 1,500%. Power by 2 ranks, up to Tier 6 peak rank at maximum. And attack range to 5,000 yards. Cooldown. 30 seconds additional active skill 2 Golden Soul. Tier 6 upgrades the user's soul by 1 rank and world authority by 1 level up to level 3, and reduces concentration consumption by 90%. Duration, 2 minutes cooldown. 1 hour additional active skill 3 World Breaker. Tier 6 consumes 10% of the user's concentration and mana to enhance the light of 2 worlds, granting the weapon the power to break worlds for 1 attack. Forcibly increases the power of attack by 1 tier, up to Tier 6 peak rank at maximum. Cooldown, 30 minutes created by the ancient god of light. The light of 2 worlds possesses the power to cut all things. Looking at the basic attributes the light of 2 worlds provided, Shurfeng finally understood why people wielding legendary weapons could transcend tiers. A Tier 3 player wielding this thing could probably beat up Tier 4 players. While holding the light of 2 worlds, Shurfeng inadvertently recalled the several heaven-defying feats that had taken place in his previous life. Back then, players who had been lucky enough to get their hands on legendary weapons while still at Tier 3 had actively hunted all sorts of Tier 4 players. While the legendary weapons those players wielded weren't as strong as the light of 2 worlds, the basic attributes those weapons provided had still been more than enough for Tier 3 players to trounce Tier 4 players. Only Tier 4 players with highly developed mana bodies and several fragmented legendary items could contend against a Tier 3 player wielding a legendary weapon. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU after Shurfeng equipped the Light of 2 Worlds, his strength attribute instantly skyrocketed to 190,000. Now, he was only slightly inferior to the average Tier 6 God-ranked player. Now, I can put up a fight even against Tier 6 God-ranked experts. Shurfeng's confidence rose as he looked at the weapon in his hand. Now, even if he had to go up against the mysterious youth, he wouldn't be completely powerless to resist. Following this, Shurfeng began familiarizing himself with the fully recovered Light of 2 Worlds. After training for 5 hours, he received a call from Fire Dance. Guild leader, I've found their base camp. They're hiding in the Shadow Forest outside the Twin Towers Kingdom. Chapter 29:01 Wind Rises in Twin Towers. Chapter 29:01 Wind Rises in Twin Towers Kingdom, Shadow Forest. A 6-man scouting party led by a level 154 Tier 4 assassin slowly traversed the rainforest. Dark clouds hovered over the Shadow Forest all year round, shrouding the forest in gloom even during hot summer days when the sun shone bright. The mist enveloping the forest also hindered players' perception, and even Tier 3 experts familiar with the terrain would lose their way if they weren't careful. Commander, we've been investigating this place for half a day now, yet we haven't found any traces of the Outer Worlds player army. Should we take a look at the other maps? A blue-clad, level 142, Tier 3 assassin suggested as he looked at a tree-lined gorge. With the War of Worlds imminent, many of the Twin Towers Kingdom's player forces had dispatched scouting parties to seize the initiative. Among the scouting party's duties, the top priority was investigating the exact state of the Outer Worlds player army. Many of the Twin Towers Kingdom's forces were offering astronomical prices for the information. If one managed to get detailed information on the Outer Worlds player army, one could receive not only a level 150 epic weapon for the information, but also 200,000 credits. Hence, although many independent experts in the kingdom had fled to the Black Dragon Empire and the Dark Knight Empire, adventurer teams from the neighboring kingdoms and empires still dispatched expert players to investigate. The Sand Fox Adventure Team was one of them. The Sand Fox Adventure Team was well known in the Dark Knight Empire. Although Sand Fox's overall combat power was nothing noteworthy in the Dark Knight Empire, its scouting ability ranked among the top 10 of the Empire's adventurer teams. After the blue-clad assassin finished speaking, a level 136 assassin youth in the party suddenly jumped off the tree branch he stood on and stopped moving. He then quietly observed the empty woodland in the distance. The assassin youth's actions alerted the rest of the party, and they promptly halted their advance, not daring to move even a muscle. "Blade, is something wrong with that place?" The Tier 4 assassin Sky Fox asked quietly as he looked at the assassin youth. The other players in the party also looked at the assassin youth curiously. The assassin youth Bladeheart had started playing God's Domain only recently, and his level was the lowest in the party. However, he possessed incredible technique and intuition. Often, he would notice things that even their commander, Sky Fox, had failed to notice. This was why they had brought Bladeheart along on this scouting mission. After studying the empty woodland ahead for a while, Bladeheart said hesitantly, "I can't say for certain, but my gut tells me something is there." "What thing?" Sky Fox scrutinized the empty woodland. However, no matter how Sky Fox looked at the area, he failed to see anything out of the ordinary. Even his high-ranking identification skill didn't come up with anything. That empty woodland was nothing but an ordinary forested region, let alone players. He couldn't even detect any signs of other creatures. However, several minutes after Sky Fox and the others continued their observation of the empty woodland, they spotted a 20-man team approaching the woodland. This team was incredibly strong. All 20 members were Tier 4 players and also above level 155. The most inferior piece of equipment they wore was level 150 dark gold equipment, and the team leader even had 5 pieces of epic equipment. These people should be one of the Outer World Army's scouting teams. Why are they here instead of investigating the Twin Towers Kingdom? Bladeheart was confused when he saw this 20-man team. The Outer Worlds player army had dispatched a lot of experts to harass and investigate the Twin Towers Kingdom. Many of the expert teams sent were led by Tier 4 experts. The 20-man team they were seeing now was definitely one of the Outer World Army's elite forces. The other players in the party also grew confused and curious about this situation. Logically, a team of such caliber should have been dispatched to investigate the Twin Towers Kingdom's inner regions, and even cause a huge commotion in the kingdom. After all, the average player force couldn't contend against such combat power. Only first-rate guilds could possibly take on such a team. While Sky Fox and the others were wondering why this team was in this deserted location, the 20-man team suddenly stopped in the empty woodland. However, none of them got off their mounts. Instead, they simply stood there as if waiting for something. Roughly 10 seconds later, the space of the empty woodland became blurry, and a tear in the space opened up. A magic barrier? Almost all players in God's Domain knew of magic barriers. However, the scene that just took place still stunned Sky Fox and his team. None of them had known that magic barriers could be used in such a manner. Through the gap in the barrier, Sand Fox's members saw an ocean of players. From a rough glance, they could estimate that the barrier hid at least several 100,000 players. Moreover, they spotted many Tier 4 experts among those players. Why are there so many Tier 4 players? It's over. Twin Towers is finished. We won't have enough to defend against so many Tier 4 experts, even if we gather the players from the Black Dragon Empire and Dark Knight Empire. The information those superpowers obtained are completely wrong. The Eastern Continent is going to lose at this rate. Bladeheart and the others paled and despaired when they saw the player army in the barrier. Although God's domain had given birth to many Tier 4 players already, they were still incredibly rare. At this stage of the game, a kingdom was considered top tier if it had at least 300 Tier 4 players operating within its borders. Even the strongest empire didn't have more than 1,500 Tier 4 players operating within it. While these numbers might seem large, the player populations of kingdoms and empires were calculated in the hundreds of millions. There wasn't even one Tier 4 expert for every 100,000 players. Yet, from what they could see, the Outer Worlds player army before them had over 5,000 Tier 4 players. It was capable of destroying even the Black Dragon Empire and Dark Knight Empire, let alone the Twin Towers Kingdom. "Commander, what should we do now?" Bladeheart asked nervously. With so many Tier 4 experts on the Outer Worlds side, the Black Dragon Empire and Dark Knight Empire will definitely fall. Revealing a bitter smile, Sky Fox said, "What can we do? Our only option now is to notify the Black Dragon Empires and Dark Knight Empire's superpowers and have them gather the neighboring kingdoms and empires' Tier 4 experts. Otherwise, all of us will have to leave the Eastern Continent." "But will those superpowers listen to us?" Bladeheart asked worriedly. "Those superpowers are all focused on dealing with Zero Wing now, and they're hoping to see Twin Towers and Starmoon fall. Would they be willing to gather their forces to help defend the Twin Towers Kingdom? That's none of our concern." Helplessly, Sky Fox said, "Our job now is to spread this information and hope for the best." Truthfully, Sky Fox had already lost hope for the Twin Towers Kingdom. Nevertheless, he still felt that they needed to try defending against the Outer Worlds player army for as long as possible. That way, the Eastern Continent's native Tier 3 players would have more time to get promoted to Tier 4. However, when Sky Fox and his team were about to leave, a loud hum came from the distant sky. When the party sought the noise's origin, what entered their eyes was a crimson behemoth heading in their direction. Zero Wing. Why are they here? Could they have discovered the Outer Worlds player army already? Sky Fox and the others grew confused as they watched the Crimson Dragon flying ship approach. Nowadays, the Crimson Dragon flying ships were synonymous with Zero Wing. Almost no player in God's domain was ignorant of their existence. Now that one of these flying ships had appeared in this deserted location, the only explanation for it was that Zero Wing had discovered the Outer Worlds player army. In no time at all, the Crimson Dragon flying ship arrived and stopped above the empty woodland. Obviously, Zero Wing already knew about the hidden magic barrier. Is Zero Wing planning to attack the Outer World players? Bladeheart wondered as he looked at the flying ship. That's most likely the case, but Zero Wing probably doesn't know how many Tier 4 experts are hidden inside the barrier. It'll definitely suffer a loss afterward, Sky Fox said worriedly when he saw Sherfone walking to the flying ship's bow. The battle at Ancient Rock City had boosted Black Flame's fame. He was publicly recognized as God's Domain's strongest player. However, even a Tier 5, Sword Saint stood no chance against a force of more than 5,000 Tier 4 players. After all, a Tier 5 player would still lose a lot of HP if they got hit by a Tier 4 player's attack. Not to mention, these Tier 4 players came to wage war. They most definitely had combination skills and battle arrays prepared. As soon as Sky Fox finished speaking, the magic barrier enveloping the empty woodland suddenly revealed itself. At this time, The Tier 4 magical class players inside the barrier had split into groups of 100 and were casting all sorts of large-scale spells, including Tier 4 defensive spells and offensive spells. These large-scale spells, numbering more than a dozen, were not the slightest bit weaker than the average Tier 5 defensive spell and offensive spell. A summoning array maintained by 600 players could also be seen in the center of the magic barrier. The summoning array was incredibly complex, making it impossible for outsiders to tell its rank. After these 600 players finished their incantation, the phantom of a 9-headed snake emerged from the ground. Tier 5. That's definitely a Tier 5 legendary monster. Although Sky Fox and his team didn't know what kind of monster the Outer World players had summoned, they could tell that it wasn't just a Tier 4 monster based on its aura. Aside from the rumored Tier 5 legendary monsters, they couldn't think of any other possibility. Facing such a monster, let alone one Tier 5, Sword Saint, even 2 or 3 Tier 5 players working together would fall. Upon seeing this monster, Sky Fox and the others couldn't help revealing looks of bitterness and despair. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. A force of 5,000 plus Tier 4 experts was already plenty shocking, and it allowed them to realize just how wide the gap between the players of God's domain and of the Outer World was. Yet, reality now told them that the gap was far wider than they thought. The force of 5,000 plus Tier 4 experts was only the tip of the iceberg. However, unlike Sky Fox and his team, Feng, aboard the Crimson Dragon flying ship, remained unfazed by this situation. He simply took to the air and arrived above the magic barrier. He then unsheathed the newly upgraded light of 2 worlds. Disappear. Feng brandished the light of 2 worlds against the barrier. Holy Annihilation. Chapter 2902, Power of Tier 6. Chapter 2902, Power of Tier 6. When Feng brandished the light of 2 worlds, a dazzling brilliance replaced the dark clouds overhead, and the sky itself descended to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions rang through the forest, the effects of Feng's attack stupefying Sky Fox and the others. With just one attack, Feng destroyed all of the Outer World players' offensive spells, as well as the magic barrier protecting the Outer World players. Only after destroying several more defensive spells did the brilliance Feng's attack generated begin to dissipate. However, the areas Feng's attack passed through were now devoid of mana. Moreover, the resulting shockwave was so powerful that it reached Sky Fox's party several thousand yards away, sending the 6 players smashing into trees and stifling their breath. Isn't he a little too powerful? Sky Fox and the others were at a loss for words as they looked at Feng. All of them could tell that Feng's attack wasn't a skill, but a combat technique. Nevertheless, he had managed to destroy all of the Outer World players' offensive spells and most of their defensive spells. Even the Tier 5 Imperial Knight I saw previously wasn't this strong. Bladeheart exclaimed, "Is this the strength of God's domain's strongest player?" Everyone in God's domain had already gotten a clear look at Feng's power during the battle at Ancient Rock City. However, compared to that time, the power Feng had just displayed was on a whole other level. The Tier 4 combination defensive spells the Outer World players used rivaled Tier 5 defensive spells in power. Even Tier 5 NPCs needed quite a few attacks to break through a Tier 5 defensive spell. Yet, Feng had destroyed multiple Tier 5 offensive and defensive spells with just one attack. Such power was beyond even Tier 5 NPCs. Feng was practically a god who had descended to the mortal world. Black flame, is it? Fighting spirit ignited in Bladeheart's eyes as he looked at Feng. I'm going to become as strong as him one day. At this time, Sky Fox's party wasn't the only one shocked by Feng's display of power. The millions of Outer World players were similarly thunderstruck. What? Why does this world have such a powerful player? He must be a demigod NPC in disguise. Even a Tier 5 player can't destroy so many large-scale defensive spells. Unlike God's Domain's players, the Outer Worlds players had a considerable understanding of Tier 5 existences. This was because there were already some Outer World players who had attempted to get promoted to Tier 5. Many superpowers had also clashed against Tier 5 legendary monsters before, with some even succeeding in slaying one. As far as the Outer World players knew, Tier 5 players could only hold their ground against legendary monsters. They couldn't solo one. Even experts at the Tier 5 peak standard couldn't. With so many Tier 4 players working together, they could heavily injure even a Tier 5 legendary monster, let alone a Tier 5 player. Hence, what just happened was simply unbelievable. However, unlike most of the Outer World players, the superpower executives in charge of the army reacted much more calmly to this situation. As expected of our primary target this time, I can see why 100 Ghosts is so afraid of him that they did not send anyone over this time. The 4-meter-tall man serving as the army's general said in commendation as he observed Shifeng's hovering figure. No sooner had the giant man finished speaking than the female elf standing beside him said, nonchalantly, "He might be strong, but he's facing the Weeping God army now. He still isn't qualified to fight us alone." Nobody present rebutted the female elf's words. Some of them even revealed excited expressions. 9-player armies had crossed the world passage this time, every one of them established by the various superpowers. The Weeping God army was one of these 9 armies, and heading it was Land of Gods, one of their God's Domain's 7 great guilds, with the support of 4 other superpowers. And out of the 9-player armies, the Weeping God army ranked 3rd in strength. The reason behind the Weeping God army's name was its successful slaying of an ancient demigod, an existence far stronger than even Tier 5 legendary monsters. This brilliant achievement was also why the Weeping God army had accepted the task of taking down Zero Wings supporting kingdoms. All right, although it is a little early, we'll summon the 9-headed world snake, the general said. He then turned to the female elf surrounded by dense bloodlust and said, "Wind, join the fight with your group as well. Let this world's natives know our power." Land of Gods had brought out their precious 9-snake summoning array to let all of God's Domain's forces know of its power. This summoning array was also the main reason the Weeping God army had managed to slay an ancient demigod. However, one had to pay a colossal price for each use of the summoning array, and it could be used only 4 times. Moreover, controlling the 9-headed world snake summoned was incredibly challenging. The task required 9 players with excellent control over mana and 1 player with remarkable control over their physical body. In other words, an existence at the beyond domain realm. Anyone weaker than that would have difficulty controlling the world snake's gigantic body. The female elf, named Nightmarish Wind, nodded and led 9 Tier 4 experts with incredibly powerful mana domains to the summoning array. All 10 of them then jumped into the illusory 9-headed snake's body. Immediately, the illusory 9-headed snake grew more tangible. Its size also increased. In just 3 seconds, the 9-headed snake's body, which originally measured around 100 meters in length, had grown to 1,000 meters. Each of its 9 heads had also enlarged to the size of mountains. Moreover, each of these heads now held mastery over a particular magical element, and they could independently cast spells of their respective element. Black Flame, I heard you're this world's strongest player. Nightmarish Wind, who was hidden inside the world snake's translucent body, sneered when she saw Shifeng still standing his ground. Unfortunately, you're not going to leave this place alive today. After saying so, Nightmarish Wind had the world snake fly toward Shifeng. The power its body exuded was so strong that the space in its path shattered. Simultaneously, the world snake's 9 heads cast 9 different Tier 5 spells and launched them at Sherfone. This scene made Sky Fox and his team shudder in fear. The current 9-headed world snake radiated a much more powerful aura than before, so much so that it felt like a completely different creature. Even the Tier 5 NPCs they had come across previously couldn't compare to this monster. Meanwhile, in front of the world snake, Sherfone looked like an ant, as if the world snake could wipe him out of existence with a single swipe of its tail. The simultaneous bombardment of 9 Tier 5 spells was something even several Tier 5 NPCs working together would fail to stop. However, even after seeing the world snake's attack, Sherfone remained unfazed. He simply raised the light of 2 worlds once more and swung it at the world snake. World Breaker! Boom! For an instant, everyone on the battlefield felt the world around them disappear. Apart from an empty space filled with light, they could neither see nor feel anything around them. Everyone gradually recovered their senses, and once they did, they couldn't help gaping in shock, their minds going blank. Gone. The 9-headed world snake is gone. Moreover, the 9-headed world snake wasn't the only thing that disappeared. A significant part of the vast forest had also disappeared, and in its place was a crater over 4,000 yards in diameter, with the endless void in its depths. From the sky, it would seem as if something had just taken a bite out of the shadow forest. This sight rendered every surviving member of the Weeping God army speechless. Even the army's general couldn't bring himself to say anything for a long time. After all, Sherfang's strike didn't kill just the 9-headed world snake, but also over a quarter of the Weeping God army. After falling into a daze for over a dozen seconds, the Outer World army's general inhaled deeply and yelled with all his might, "Run! Everyone, run immediately! He's no longer human." This shout snapped the Weeping God army's surviving members out of their daze, and they began scattering and fleeing frantically. As for the general himself, he took out a Tier 4 instantaneous movement scroll and teleported out of the area immediately. He had no intention of lingering for even a moment longer. Meanwhile, when Sherfone looked at the vast abyss in the middle of the forest, he couldn't help sighing ruefully. No wonder Tier 6 players rarely fought on the main continent. If 2 Tier 6 players clashed, they could probably erase an entire empire from the continent. World Breaker wasn't an AE skill. Even so, it had still wreaked such damage on the Shadow Forest terrain. This was something Sherfone never expected. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU After dealing a devastating blow to the Outer World army, Sherfone showed no interest in hunting down the fleeing players. That would simply be too tedious. Moreover, his attack had killed at least 70% of the Outer World army's Tier 4 players, allowing him to level up to level 174. It was easy to surmise just how many Tier 4 and Tier 3 players he had killed. Meanwhile, players killed by a Tier 6 attack wouldn't be able to log into the game for some time. Even if a Tier 6 attack didn't specifically target the soul, it would still cause significant damage to souls. Hence, players killed by Tier 6 attacks would get barred from the game for some time, and their souls would fall into a weakened state for 5 or 6 days afterward. Sherfone flew back to the Crimson Dragon flying ship and returned to Sky Spring City, leaving behind the fleeing Outer World army and the stupefied members of Sky Fox's party in the Shadow Forest. "Commander, what should we do? What else can we do? Hurry up and spread this information. We'll most likely need to rely on Zero Wing for this War of Worlds." Chapter 2903, Fame Shakes God's Domain. Chapter 2903, Fame Shakes God's Domain, Dark Knight Empire, Winter Night Border Fortress. With the opening of the Second War of Worlds, the Outer Worlds NPC army had appeared at the borders of many of the Eastern Continent's kingdoms and empires. Although no full-blown battles had taken place yet, many skirmishes had occurred already. Guild leader Lu, I'm afraid things will be troublesome this time. The Outer Worlds NPC army is much larger than we anticipated. Although the Outer World player army we have to deal with is much smaller than those at the other empires, we'll still face a tough fight. Even if we work together with the Empire's army, Hidden Cloud, the fifth-floor master of the Super Guild Nine Heavens Pavilion, said with a frown as he read the latest report on the Outer Worlds NPC army. If we can't even hold our side, there's no need to mention pushing back the Outer Worlds NPC army and taking Zero Wing's 2 cities in the Orc Empire. During the First War of Worlds, both sides had gathered all their forces at one location for a decisive battle. However, the Outer Worlds NPC army had acted differently this time, splitting into several dozen smaller groups and invading multiple kingdoms and empires simultaneously. Many of their targets were even empires holding strategic locations on the Eastern continent. The forces the Outer World NPCs had invested into this second war were on a whole other level compared to before. Thus, many of the Eastern continent's kingdoms and empires had no choice but to focus on defending their own territory. In this situation, even if the Twin Towers Kingdom and Starmoon Kingdom fell, Starlink and its several allied superpowers wouldn't be able to get the Eastern continent's various kingdoms and empires to retake Starmoon Kingdom. And if Starmoon Kingdom remained in the Outer World NPC's hands, taking Zero Wing's lost Ancient Rock City and Silverwing City would also be impossible. You can rest assured, Brother Cloud, according to the information I got, the several kingdoms neighboring the Dark Knight Empire that aren't under attack are already mobilizing their troops to the Dark Knight Empire, Lu Tiendi said, assuaging Hidden Cloud's worries. Once these kingdoms' armies arrive, combined with the players we have here, defending against the Outer World's NPC army shouldn't be difficult. As for Zero Wing's 2 guild cities, it doesn't matter even if we can't acquire them fully as planned. Once the Twin Towers Kingdom falls, Zero Wing will have to beg us to help defend Starmoon Kingdom to keep those 2 cities. At that time, let alone obtaining shares to those 2 guild cities, we might even be able to acquire shares for Zero Wing's city. After hearing Lu Tiendi's words, Hidden Cloud nodded in agreement. Although there was a slight change to their plans, the overall situation remained in their favor. The Dark Knight Empire had an advantage in players over the Outer World army, so it wouldn't be difficult to repel the enemy. After all, players did not fear death, unlike NPCs. Moreover, the Dark Knight Empire had opened its treasury to players this time. Players fighting for the Empire would receive contribution points if they managed to kill the Outer World NPCs, and these points could be exchanged for weapons and equipment. Hence, the Empire's players no longer had to worry about running out of weapons and equipment. The only uncertainty left in their plan now was Zero Wing's decision. Zero Wing could either choose to monopolize Zero Wing City's benefits and abandon Starmoon Kingdom and its 2 guild cities in the Orc Empire, or give away a portion of Zero Wing City's benefits to secure Starmoon Kingdom and those 2 guild cities. However, just when Lu Tiendi, Hidden Cloud, and the other superpowers executives present were about to continue discussing how to proceed in the current situation, a commotion suddenly erupted among the Winter Night Fortress's players. Moreover, it grew louder and louder as more time passed. This situation confused Lu Tiendi and the others, who were holding a meeting atop the fortress's wall. Guild leader, something big happened. Suddenly, a middle-aged man approached the group of executives hurriedly and arrived before Lu Tiendi. This person was none other than Ikue, Lu Tiendi's butler. At this time, Ikue had an anxious expression, his usual composure nowhere in sight. What happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Lu Tiandi asked in dissatisfaction as he looked at Yi Kuei. As his butler and secretary in the guild, Yi Kuei could be considered a representative of Starlink. Yi Kuei was simply embarrassing Starlink by displaying such uncouth behavior in front of the various superpowers executives. This Yi Kuei hesitated to speak as he looked at the various representatives present. From Yi Kuei's hesitancy, Lu Tiandi understood that his butler had something very important to tell him. He then said, "If you can't say it, send the information to me." Immediately, Yi Kuei forwarded the relevant information to Lu Tiandi. Although this situation piqued the various executives' curiosity, none of them said anything about Lu Tiandi and Yi Kuei's exchange. After all, every guild had its secrets. However, roughly 10 seconds after Lu Tiandi began reading the information Yi Kuei provided, his expression changed drastically. He even failed to control himself and shouted his thoughts. Impossible! Lu Tiandi's loss of composure surprised the various superpowers executives. Lu Tiandi had criticized Yi Kuei for the latter's loss of composure just a moment ago, yet he was now behaving even worse than Yi Kuei. Just when the various superpowers executives were about to ask Lu Tiandi what information he had received, they suddenly received a message from their respective subordinates. The content of the message was simple, and it even came with a battle video attached. When the various executives played the battle video, what first entered their eyes was a man swinging a sword at one of the Outer Worlds player armies. However, the next moment, both a gigantic 9-headed snake and over 1/4 of the player army vanished along with a significant portion of the forest. Afterward, the remaining Outer World players scattered and fled the area. As for the man, he returned to the flying ship behind him and departed the area as well. A Crimson Dragon flying ship. Is he Black Flame? Questions and shock flooded the heads of the various superpowers executives. All of them were Tier 4 players, so despite the battle video's brevity, their eyes still managed to take note of every little detail in it. Although they couldn't see the 9-headed snake's information, based on the spatial fluctuations surrounding it, the monster was undoubtedly at the Tier 5 legendary rank. They also counted at least 4,000 Tier 4 players in the Outer Worlds player army, far more than what any single empire on the eastern continent had faced so far. Yet, Shifeng had not only killed the Tier 5 legendary monster with one attack, but also defeated the army of millions. After several minutes of silence, the various superpowers executives snapped out of their daze one after another. However, their earlier complacency was nowhere to be seen, replaced by solemn expressions. Guild leader Lu, I still have something to do, so I'll be taking my leave first. Guild leader Lu, my superior suddenly called me back for a meeting, so excuse me. Guild leader Lu, the next moment, the various superpowers executives gave all sorts of excuses and left the fortress in quick succession. Even Hidden Cloud, Lu Tiandi's staunch supporter, suddenly said he felt ill and logged out of the game to rest. In no time at all, only Lu Tiandi and Yi Kuei remained on the fortress's wall. Yi Kuei's complexion turned livid as he watched the various superpowers executives leave. He then asked Lu Tiandi, "What should we do now, young master?" The strength Shifeng displayed had already thoroughly exceeded their imagination. After the battle in the Shadow Forest, Yi Kuei could already foresee the Outer Worlds players abandoning their attack on the Twin Towers Kingdom and Starmoon Kingdom. Since the Outer Worlds NPC army had split into several dozen groups, mainly targeting the various empires, Zero Wing should have no problem defending the Twin Towers Kingdom. Not to mention, Shifeng could solo Tier 5 legendary monsters. So long as he didn't foolishly rush into the NPC army's base camp, killing the Outer Worlds NPCs would be a cakewalk for him. In contrast to Zero Wing's situation, Starlink's situation was absolutely abysmal. If they went by the reactions of the various superpowers executives, these superpowers intended to abandon Starlink. We haven't lost yet. Lu Tiandi said, as he sent a cold glare at Ikue. Black flame is the core of everything. So long as we deal with black flame, everything else will be simple. But black flame's strength is extraordinary. The grandmasters the various corporations sent last time are still lying in the hospital, Ikue said. Ikue had received a fright when he heard this news back then. That was a force of 14 half-step grandmaster and grandmaster-level experts. Yet, these experts had actually lost. Moreover, according to them, Shi Feng had defeated them all by himself. The strength he wielded was simply unbelievable. Moreover, the grandmasters in the group even judged that Shi Feng was most likely a mental strength master already. A mental strength master was an existence Starlink couldn't afford to offend, no matter what. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU at best. He has just become a mental strength master. He is still far from a match for my teacher. Lu Tiandi said coldly. I don't know what happened, but my teacher suddenly became interested in God's domain recently and now wants to gain control over a powerful force in God's domain. He even told me to figure out a way to do so. My original plan was to annex Zero Wing for myself, but seeing as that's not possible now, I can give it to my teacher instead. With Zero Wing's current influence and resources, there's no way my teacher won't be interested. Moreover, Black Flame even got my senior brother kicked out of the upper zone. Given my teacher's personality, he will deal with Black Flame, even if Black Flame is now a mental strength master. Lu Tiandi no longer held any hope of annexing Zero Wing's resources. Nevertheless, he couldn't let Shi Feng off the hook so easily. After Lu Tiandi finished speaking, he assigned some tasks to Ikue and logged off to contact his teacher. In the meantime, the various powers of God's domain had also received news of Shi Feng defeating one of the Outer Worlds player armies. The superpowers were shaken for a time, and their fear of Zero Wing skyrocketed. Some superpowers even began planning to convey good intentions to Zero Wing. However, Shi Feng wasn't present in God's domain to receive any of these good intentions, as he had promptly logged out of the game after returning to Sky Spring City. This was because today was the day he would receive his large mansion. Chapter 2904, Changing Times. Chapter 2904, Changing Times, Yuantian City's Upper Zone. Base Layer, Upper Class Mansion District. Brother Shi, I really have to congratulate you this time. This large mansion is the last one available in the base layer. You probably can't get another one in Yuantian City's Upper Zone, even if you want to in the future, Hani Feng said when he saw Shi Feng registering himself as the owner of the mansion in front of him. Looking at the 3-story mansion, which occupied an area as large as half a football field, he couldn't repress his envy as he said, "You're only one of 3 people to own a large mansion as an individual in Yuantian City's Upper Zone." The base layer's 10 large mansions didn't just have the best position and environment. They also served as a status symbol. The only reason Hani Feng got to stay in a large mansion himself was his status as the 5 states corporation's heir. The other members of his family, even those with excellent performance, could stay in the large mansion for only a short period. In comparison, Shi Feng had purchased a large mansion all by himself. Moreover, he wouldn't have any people disturbing his peace. The heirs and heads of the base layer's various corporations would be green with envy once they heard about this. The last one, Shi Feng, was a little surprised. Weren't there 2 left before? Did someone buy the other one during this time? MHM. They concluded the purchase yesterday, Hani Feng said, nodding. Sighing ruefully, he continued, "Moreover, you might very well know the person who bought it." "I know them." Shi Feng grew even more surprised. There were only 10 large mansions in the base layer. Even a powerful organization like the Boulder Corporation didn't have the ability to purchase one. He found it truly hard to imagine that any of his acquaintances did. You might not know her in real life, but you've probably heard of her in God's domain, Han Yifeng said, chuckling. Does the name Endless Scars or Weiyang Qin Hen one ring any bells? The Midnight Tea Party she belongs to is currently the target of recruitment of even the 5 great super guilds. Rumors say that she has already developed her mana body to the 120% completion rate, and she can probably get promoted to Tier 5 at any time. It's her? Shifeng was startled. He had a general idea of Endless Scars' identity. He was sure that she was the princess of a major corporation and that she might live in the upper zone. However, he never thought that Endless Scars would hold such great strength in the upper zone that she could afford a large mansion. It seems you do know her. Looking at Shifeng's surprised expression, Han Yifeng smiled and said, She's quite something. You can even say that she's astounding. She managed to buy that mansion this time, not because of her family, but because her senior brother gifted it to her. Gifted? Shifeng was flabbergasted. He had spent a lot of 7 luminaries crystals to purchase a large mansion, and he didn't know how much time he would need to collect so many crystals again. That's right. It's because she has incredible talent. A big shot in the middle layer recently took her in as his student. I heard that this big shot even paid a high price to borrow a middle layer reserve slot for her to help her break through to Mental Strength Master. Han Yifeng said, a hint of envy appearing in his eyes. I have to admit that her talent is truly astonishing. She's been labeled the best talent Yuantian City's upper zone has seen in the past 100 years. Once she reaches the middle layer, she'll probably take only a few months to become a mental strength master. And with her talent, beauty, and a middle layer big shot supporting her, she naturally became the target of pursuit of many of the upper zone's youths. One of them is Qin Bai, her senior brother. Qin Bai is also an extraordinary talent. He successfully broke through and became a mental strength master 2 years ago, the youngest mental strength master in Yuantian City's upper zone in the past 20 years. Because Weiyang Qin Hen arrived at Yuantian City's upper zone only recently, Qin Bai bought a large mansion as a temporary residence for her to adapt to the lifestyle here. Having spoken up to this point, Han Yifeng, who was normally indifferent to his surroundings, betrayed some yearning for the woman named Weiyang Qin Hen. After all, mental strength masters were incredibly rare, and a beautiful mental strength master was rarer. However, before Han Yifeng could fantasize for long, Shifeng interrupted him, asking, Young Master Han, do I need to go through any procedures to let other people live in this mansion long term? Feng Shirhan had transferred 10 upper zone reserve slots, and he had already assigned them to Fire Dance and the others. The ordinary housing unit, couldn't accommodate them all. Meanwhile, one would enjoy vastly different treatment depending on whether one had housing or not. A housing status didn't just signify that one had lodging. It also determined the exercise equipment and food one could gain access to, among other things. Those without housing could only enjoy the most common training facilities and food. If one wished to eat better food or rent the upper zone's high-tech training facilities, one needed to have housing status. There are some, Han Yifeng said, nodding. All you need to do is register their identities at the Green God Tower. If you're not familiar with anyone there, you can come with me. It so happens that I also need to register someone to my mansion. At this point, Han Yifeng no longer dared underestimate Shifeng. In fact, he had even begun placing great importance on Shifeng. Shifeng's defeating multiple Hunlian grandmasters, all by himself aside, just the position and resources Zero Wing currently held in God's domain already made the guild worthy of befriending for the upper zone's various organizations. After all, 7 luminaries crystals couldn't be acquired easily in God's domain. I'll have to trouble you then, young Master Han, Shifeng said. Although Shifeng understood Han Yifeng's motives, he didn't reject the other party's goodwill. His partnership with Han Yifeng might be a long-term one, as he was severely lacking in resources and trade points. Meanwhile, the Five States Corporation possessed great influence in Yuantian City's upper zone. There should be a lot of things they could partner on in the future. Following this, Han Yifeng gave Shifeng a rundown on the basics of the large mansion. Then, the two made their way to the Green God Tower. The Green God Tower's lobby was as crowded as ever. Members of corporations and internal members of the Green God Company were lined up, waiting to exchange for various potions. These people easily numbered over 1,000, and more were still joining the line. The situation at the housing registration counter wasn't the slightest bit inferior either. When Shifeng and Han Yifeng entered the exchange center, a young and beautiful girl wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt and denim shorts noticed them. She immediately strode over with her long legs and approached them in a sprightly manner. Upon seeing the approaching girl, Han Yifeng turned to Shifeng and said, "This is my younger cousin, Han Rongrong. The family recently decided to have her live in the mansion because of her talent." When Shifeng saw the lively girl in front of him, he was somewhat surprised. Firstly, it was because of Han Rongrong's talent. From what he could tell, the girl was only around 16 or 17 years old, yet she had already reached the half-step Honglian Grandmaster standard. Secondly, it was because Han Rongrong's appearance resembled the famous Chaos, witch of his previous life. Although Chaos, which was labeled a witch, she didn't actually play a magical class in God's domain. Instead, she was a guardian knight. Unlike Gentle Snow and Phoenix Rain, who had risen to fame early on in God's domain, Chaos, which had joined God's domain 2 years after its launch. However, her rise was rapid, getting promoted to Tier 5 in less than 2 years. She had also become one of God's domain's 12 sacred guardian knights, and had been only half a step away from getting promoted to Tier 6. "Hello, my name is Han Rongrong. I heard a lot about you from my cousin. He says you're very strong. If there's an opportunity, we must have a spar with each other." Han Rongrong said as she looked at Shifeng, with eyes sparkling with curiosity and fighting spirit. "Rongrong, stop messing around. Brother Shir can defeat even Honglian Grandmasters. Someone who isn't even a Honglian Grandmaster has no business challenging him," Han Yifeng said as he glared at Han Rongrong. After taking a deep breath, he continued, "Let's head to the VIP hall to get the residence registration done." However, Han Rongrong paid no heed to Han Yifeng's scolding. She even made a funny face at Han Yifeng. While following behind her cousin, she quietly observed Shifeng, the rumored extraordinary expert. The Green God Tower's VIP hall, located on the 22nd floor, was dedicated to receiving people of a certain status in the base layer. The base layer's average resident couldn't come here even if they wanted to. Only heirs of major corporations like Han Yifeng had the qualifications to do so. However, the so-called VIP hall wasn't anything special. It merely functioned as a specialized housing registration center. VIPs seeking to exchange for points and items still had to line up downstairs like everyone else. When Han Yifeng, Shifeng, and Han Rongrong entered the VIP hall, they found it nearly empty. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, however, upon seeing a group of 5 in the hall, Han Yifeng couldn't help tensing up. Of the 5, 4 were male and 1 was female. 3 of the 4 males were the top 3 rankers of the current contribution competition, while the last was a young man clad in white. As for the female, she was a beautiful young woman in a blue dress with an indifferent expression. Currently, the 4 males surrounded the woman. This woman was none other than Weiyang Qianhen, or Endless Scars, the person Han Yifeng mentioned earlier. When Shifeng's group entered the hall, Weiyang Qianhen shifted her gaze toward them. Before Shifeng and the others could react, she suddenly made her way toward them, causing Han Yifeng to widen his eyes in shock. Shifeng, right? Or should I call you Guild Leader Black Flame? Weiyang Qianhen said, smiling faintly as she took in Shifeng's dazed expression. You deceived me so badly before. Chapter 2905. High-grade authority. Chapter 2905. High-grade authority. When Weiyang Qianhen finished speaking, both the men tagging along with her and Han Yifeng turned to look at Shifeng in disbelief. Weiyang Qianhen's tone was gentle. Although her words sounded reproachful, they were actually intimate. Han Yifeng found this situation particularly unbelievable. He looked at Shifeng as if he was looking at a monster, his mouth nearly failing to close properly. Weiyang Qianhen currently enjoyed a lofty position in Yuantian City's upper zone, far out of even the 5 states corporation's reach. Many youths in Yuantian City's upper zone could only dream of getting acquainted with Weiyang Qianhen, let alone having her strike up a conversation with them. Previously, when Han Yifeng spoke with Shifeng about Weiyang Qianhen, he thought Shifeng only knew of the woman's existence. After all, the Midnight Tea Party was extremely famous in God's domain as one of the best adventure teams in the game. Anyone with a reliable information network in God's domain would have heard of it. Han Yifeng never thought that the two of them were actually acquaintances and shared a good relationship. Meanwhile, in response to Weiyang Qianhen's questioning, Shifeng smiled bitterly and said, "It seems I've made a fool of myself in front of Miss Weiyang. However, I was forced by circumstances to hide my true identity back then." "You sure know how to act mature," Weiyang Qianhen said sourly. Previously, she had thought Shifeng was older than her, at least in his 30s, which explained how he came to possess such incredible strength. Afterward, she had constantly thought of surpassing Shifeng one day, going as far as to leave the Midnight Tea Party for a long period to train like crazy. After all, Shifeng had given her a lot of surprises during their initial meeting. She never thought a person could become so powerful. However, just when she thought she was catching up to Shifeng, she received a shocking piece of news. Black Flame's true identity was actually that of a young man who wasn't even 25. Moreover, he was a bona fide self-made expert who didn't possess the slightest bit of background or expert guidance. She had fallen into depression for quite some time after learning about this. Shifeng laughed blankly at Weiyang Qianhen's comment. In reality, it wasn't wrong to say that he was a man in his 30s. After all, he had been one when he reincarnated. It's been a while since we met, and it seems you've undergone an amazing transformation. You're now a celebrity in Yuantian City's upper zone. Me? That's where you are wrong. Weiyang Qianhen shook her head. She then pointed at the white-clad youth nearby and said, "I'd better introduce you to my senior brother." When Weiyang Qianhen said the words senior brother, she deliberately emphasized the word senior, causing the white-clad youth to smile bitterly before walking over. And this is when Shifeng looked at Qin Bai, he found the white-clad youth somewhat familiar. He felt as if he had met the other party somewhere before, yet he couldn't recall where. "Hello, Guild Leader Black Flame. We meet again," Qin Bai greeted with a smile. "Again? Have we met before?" Shifeng grew confused when he saw Qin Bai greeting him like an old acquaintance. "Of course you've met. He likes to act mature, exactly like you," Weiyang Qianhen said as she glared at Qin Bai, gritting her teeth slightly, smiling awkwardly. Qin Bai said, "Let me introduce myself. You can call me by my real name, Qin Bai. You can also call me by my game ID, Breeze Wine." "Breeze Wine? You're Breeze Wine." Shifeng was startled when he heard Qin Bai's words. Breeze Wine was the Midnight Tea Party's commander, someone Shifeng had met and was relatively familiar with. However, The white-clad youth in front of him had a completely different look and bearing from Breeze Wine's wildness and boldness. While Shifeng was feeling surprised, Han Feng, who stood beside him, was deeply shocked. Qin Bai was not only a mental strength master, but also the youngest mental strength master in Yuantian City's upper zone. Who would have thought that a mental strength master was actually the commander of a 20-man adventurer team? Yet, God's Domain's various super first-rate guilds and super guilds had ignorantly used threats against the Midnight Tea Party to recruit the adventurer team. Those superpowers were simply tired of living. "Don't mind it, don't mind it," Qin Bai said awkwardly when he saw the surprise on Shifeng's face. "I wasn't hiding it. Playing God's Domain is just one of my hobbies." After hearing Qin Bai's introduction, Shifeng finally understood how Weiyang Qianhen managed to catch the eye of a middle-layer big shot. It was very likely due to Qin Bai's introduction. Shifeng also understood why the Midnight Tea Party wasn't afraid of the various superpowers and could continue existing all this time. With Qin Bai's status, which superpower in God's Domain would dare offend him? Seeing Shifeng in deep thought, Qin Bai took the initiative to say, "Guild Leader Black Flame, you and your friends must be here to register your housing status as well, right? We are also here to deal with housing matters. Why don't we get it done together?" "I'll be in your care," then Shifeng said, accepting the offer. There were still a few people lined up, waiting to get their business done in the hall. If Qin Bai was willing to help expedite the procedure, it was naturally good news for Shifeng. After all, the sooner he got Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose into the large mansion, the sooner he could alleviate the stress on their mind. Naturally, Han Feng also didn't refuse the offer. He wanted nothing more than to establish a connection with Qin Bai right now. Although the Five States Corporation had a solid foundation in the base layer, the influence the corporation held in the upper zone was still insignificant compared to Qin Bai's. If Han Feng could get acquainted with Qin Bai now, he would have an easier time when he entered the middle layer. After all, the middle layer wasn't an easy place to survive in. The competition there was even fiercer than in the base layer. Subsequently, the group had all its needs taken care of in less than 10 minutes. When the group arrived at the Green God Tower's entrance and was about to part ways, a commotion erupted from the street outside. The next moment, a maglev car suddenly descended from the sky and landed in front of the entrance, catching the attention of all the nearby pedestrians. Although the upper zone allowed residents to drive their own cars, that was limited to road use. Cars were prohibited from flying. The only ones allowed to do so were people with very high status in the upper zone. After the maglev car parked in front of the Green God Tower's entrance, 2 people, one young and one old, emerged from it. The young man was none other than Lu Tiandi, Starline Corporation's current heir. However, Lu Tiandi showed none of his usual arrogance, standing humbly and respectfully behind the black-robed elderly man. At this old man's appearance, many of the corporation heirs present gasped reflexively. Han Feng's expression even paled when he saw the man. Why would he come here personally? Han Feng's eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at the approaching black-clad elder. This was because the black-clad old man was none other than the Infinity Master of Haitian City's upper zone, a mental strength master holding 2-star high-grade authority in the upper zone. In the upper zone, the Green God Company would award anyone who had become mental strength masters with high-grade authority and permanent residence in the upper zone's middle layer. However, as mental strength masters were not equal, high-grade authority was also categorized into different ranks, from 1 star to 3 stars. Most mental strength masters in the upper zone held only 1-star high-grade authority, with only a small number holding 2-star high-grade authority. For 2-star authority holders, their position in the middle layer rivaled the middle layer's general managers. The The Green God Company awarded those who reached 2-star authority with 1 permanent reserve slot for the middle layer and the authority to banish disrespectful mental strength masters from the upper zone for a duration of 1 to 3 years. Meanwhile, Han Yifeng knew that the Infinity Master, Fu Jiuzhong, held a slight grudge against Shifeng. However, in his opinion, someone like Fu Jiuzhong had no reason to take action personally. At most, the Infinity Master would send some of his subordinates to harass Shifeng. Doing more wouldn't be befitting of his status. Yet, contrary to Han Yifeng's expectations, Fu Jiuzhong had made a personal visit to Yuantian City's upper zone. After arriving before Shifeng, Fu Jiuzhong demanded with a lofty aura, "Are you Shifeng? The one who caused my student, Wang Xianming, to get kicked out of the upper zone?" When Fu Jiuzhong finished speaking, the surrounding passers-by couldn't help looking at Shifeng with pity. At the same time, they also wondered who Shifeng was to warrant the Infinity Master's direct intervention. Moreover, based on Fu Jiuzhong's tone, if this situation wasn't handled properly, he might very well utilize his authority to banish Shifeng from the upper zone for some time. And once outside the safe zone, known as the upper zone, Shifeng was unlikely to keep his life. At this time, Qin Bai stepped forward with a smile and said, "Master Fu, this person here is my friend. Is there perhaps a misunderstanding here?" "Misunderstanding? I don't think so." Glancing at Qin Bai, Fu Jiuzhong said, "Also, you'd best not interfere in this matter. I don't care, even if you have your teacher's support." "Master Fu, although you have 2-star high-grade authority, this is Yuantian City's upper zone," Qin Bai said with a solemn look. "Read latest chapters at Wuxia World." Qin Bai felt a little helpless against Fu Jiuzhong right now. He was but an entry mental strength master, no match for a veteran like Fu Jiuzhong. Only his teacher could possibly put up a fight against the Infinity Master. After all, the 2-star high-grade authority wasn't just a status symbol for a mental strength master. It also symbolized strength. So what? Fu Jiuzhong sneered. "Let alone you, even if your teacher personally shows up now. I still won't give a damn." "You." Qin Bai was helpless at the moment. If Fu Jiuzhong intended to abuse his authority, now, Bai Qini wouldn't be able to do anything about it, with only his 1-star high-grade authority. After all, these were the Green God Company's rules. As for what kind of excuse Fu Jiuzhong would give to get the Green God Company to banish Shifeng from the upper zone, he could simply trump up random offenses. However, as Qin Bai was thinking of how to buy time and get his teacher to come and help, Shifeng suddenly stepped forward. "Wang Xianming, is it?" Looking at Fu Jiuzhong, Shifeng responded neither humbly nor arrogantly. "If you're talking about that home intruder, I am indeed the one who handed him over to the Green God Company. May I know what guidance you have to provide?" "Master Fu,